in World Series history. 215-263-WMMR. We're going to go to Joe. Hey, Joe.
Hey, guys, sorry to bother you at work.
Oh, it's okay.
Joe, do me a favor. Tell me who hit the 1,000th home run in World Series history.
Philly's own Alec Bohm.
Last night, yes. You got it, Joe. Hang on. Going to give you a pair of tickets to see live, presented by WMMR, Friday, November 18th at the Excite Center inside Parks Casino in Ben Salem. It is a 21 and over show, and tickets are sold out. And you can check out other great upcoming events at parkscasino.com. Yep, he got that out of the park. It was the 1,000th in history last night.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was awesome. All right, we're going to go through some stories here. We'll begin with this in an interview with the New York Times published on Tuesday. Christina Applegate opened up about her struggles with multiple sclerosis. She was in the middle of filming the final season of Dead to Me when she received the diagnosis. Production of the show shut down for about 5 months so that she could begin treatment. She said there was the sense of, well, let's get her some medicine so she can get better. And she said, and there is no better, but it was good for me. I needed to process my loss of my life, my loss of that part of me. So I needed that time. So, yeah, that's the thing about MS. It's just there's no magical cure.
Well, you remember she had a double mastectomy, did she not as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that was a while back.
A while ago. So she knows how to, I mean, she's been through stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She added, although it's not like I came on the other side of it and like, woo, I'm totally fine. Acceptance? No. I'm never going to accept this. I'm pissed, she said about it. So
it's honest.
She's coping with it. And like anybody who suffers from MS, you do what you have to do, and you do the best you can. James Corden is making headlines again. On the Late Show Monday, he told a joke about Elon Musk taking over Twitter that was almost identical to one that Ricky Gervais made in 2018. And we have the clips of the two of them. I believe they're sent over.
Not quite yet.
Not yet.
Then play the Friends theme again.
Yeah, we can all clap 4 times. Here we go. By then, hopefully, we'll have at least one of the clips over. So.
Kathy, don't worry about it, because I think I did 3.
Oh, so it evened out.
Yeah, so it evened out.
Can you come down to my office?
Well, we do have the Ricky Gervais joke. You want to hear that or the Corden joke?
We want to hear the Corden joke first.
Yeah.
Okay, where he where he said this. Apparently it was done years earlier, but here we go.
Because if someone puts up a poster in a town square that says guitar lessons available, like you don't get people in the town go, I don't want to play the guitar! I mean, that sign wasn't for you. It was for somebody else. You don't have to get mad about all of it.
All right, and then this was done in 2018. Ricky Gervais had this.
That's like going into a town square, seeing a big notice board, and there's a notice, guitar lessons, and you go, but I don't want guitar lessons. Fine, it's not for you then. Just walk away. Don't worry about it.
It's the same joke. I mean, the fact that it's guitar lessons, if it were some other activity or something like that, you could go, okay, it might be just kind of an obvious joke that two people, but that's flat out, the same thing.
All right, but James didn't write the joke.
Right.
Like,
So in response to this, Gervais wrote in a since deleted tweet, he said, the bit about the town square advert for guitar lessons is brilliant. Yeah. So obviously he's being sarcastic, but later he said, started to feel sorry for Corden and added, I reckon one of the writers came up with it for him. I doubt that he would knowingly just copy such a famous stand-up routine word for word like that. And Corden acknowledged the flub on Twitter Tuesday. He said, inadvertently told a brilliant Ricky Gervais joke on the show last night, obviously not knowing it came from him. It's brilliant because it's a Ricky Gervais joke.
I think Corden did a cool thing, too. He invited Gervais to Balthazar, Preston, for brunch.
Oh, to Balthazar, his favorite restaurant.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's possible that a writer somehow or another tried to pill for that, and threw it out there, but I highly doubt James Corden, if he knew for sure that was another maybe some lower tier comedian you might steal from who's just done it in a club, but not one that was in a special.
There have been times when I was doing stand-up where I go in and someone had a similar thing, and then I've actually seen, I remember doing stand-up at a few points in my earlier career where one or two older comedians stole a bit verbatim that I had done. And so that's, but that's the pecking order, and a lot of times you just have to roll over and take that.
I wonder if someone's getting fired because of it.
That's a good question. Yeah. So Tom Brady addressed his divorce with Gisele Bündchen. We played some of this yesterday. There's a little bit more that was mentioned. The Tampa Bay Buccaneer quarterback said that he and Bündchen parted ways amicably, and the divorce keep his personal and professional lives separate. And he had said, it's what professionals do. You focus at work when it's time to work. And when you come home, you focus on the priorities that are at home. He said, all you can do is the best you can do. That's what I'll continue to do as long as I'm working and as long as I'm being a dad.
Those all sound like beer ad slogans.
Yeah.
Yeah. This bud's for you.
Yeah, right? And on Tuesday, people reported that Brady, quote, didn't want to divorce Bündchen. This is a source saying that this was not Tom's idea. This was never Tom's idea. The source added that Brady was willing to do, quote, whatever it took to make things work.
No.
But that it was a little bit too little too late for Bündchen. She gave him a lot of opportunities to fix things, and he didn't.
And there had been a couple of times where he was supposed to retire.
Yeah.
And so she said, okay. And,
I mean,
that was that.
If that is the whole premise behind the divorce, and it's not something else that we don't know about, I don't know, not that I really need to, not
Give them advice?
Give them advice or they're consulting with me, but let him play his game. You know what I mean? I just disagree with, now you don't have him, right? You want him.
He's gone.
He's gone completely.
You got to learn how to take it.
Right?
Yeah, no, I agree, yeah.
What you got to do is post some stuff on Instagram and she'll let you keep the dog.
Remember that?
Yep.
There was a whole series of slide pictures with him, pictures of him walking along with Jennifer Flavin, and then the next you knew they were back together, and he was getting to keep the dog. That was apparently the whole flashpoint of Stallone and Jennifer Flavin having that split.
Right, but it's his life too, and if he wants to play football, then you should let him play football. That's what he, you know what I mean?
I think he had made the agreement though to he had made the agreement to do that, and it
maybe
didn't even, in the perception of a lot of people, we don't know what goes on behind closed doors, but it seemed like he didn't give it the good college try of being away from it. It seemed like it was less than 72 hours before he was flipping around.
But you're saying the man wants to play football, let the man do what the man wants to do.
I'm saying the person wants to play football, let the person play football.
Play football, man.
Yeah.
All right, Quentin Tarantino is denying Kanye West's claims that he gave the director and Jamie Foxx the idea for 2012's Django Unchained. This was on Jimmy Kimmel a few days ago, last week. The 59-year-old filmmaker smiled when Jimmy asked whether there was truth to West's recent assertion that he pitched the original idea for the movie as a music video for his 2005 single, Gold Digger. He said, there's not truth to the idea that Kanye West came up with the idea for Django. And then he told that to me, and I go, hey, wow, that's a really great idea. Let me take Kanye's idea and make Django Unchained out of it. I continued to explain that he had the idea for the 2012 film for a while before I ever met Kanye, he said.
Did Kanye create the Minions?
No, but he wasn't outright dismissive of what Kanye said either. I watched the clip, and he gave Kanye a little bit of credit for having an idea, and it ended up not being the movie Django, and but Quentin wasn't a dick when he was talking about what Kanye said.
I'd love to get him on the show, man. Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah, more than Kanye.
Yeah, more than Kanye.
West wanted to do a giant movie version of the College Dropout, his 2004 debut album, the way he did the album. And he said, so he wanted to get big directors to do different tracks from the album and then release it as this giant movie, not videos, nothing as crass as videos, movies. They were going to be movie-based on each one of the different tracks. And he noted that he and West used the opportunity as an excuse to meet each other for the first time and said that the rapper did have an idea for a video. He said, I do think that it was for the Gold Digger video that he would be a slave. And the whole thing was this slave narrative where he's a slave and he's singing Gold Digger. And it was very funny. It was a really funny idea, he said. And he added at the time that West's idea was meant to be ironic after Kimmel noted that the idea appeared to be for a funny slave movie.
Yeah, it's always a crack up.
Right?
Yeah, it's like
But
those-
apparently he had already had the idea, and maybe it kind of reignited him to go, yeah, this is worth exploring. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was. He was about to work on Ernest Escapes Dachau, Preston.
Oh, is that
yeah.
that hilarious
Yeah,
movie?
this is always a crack up. Is Django your favorite Quentin Tarantino movie?
Man, it's up there. I think actually Inglourious Bastards is my favorite Tarantino movie, but I love Django Unchained. I think it's a great movie.
It is great. My
There's
favorite.
so many good ones. It's hard to put them. I know you like Once Upon a Time
in
Yep.
Hollywood. Yeah, it came out of nowhere.
Yep. This was a weird story and sad to see. Food writer Julie Powell, who became an internet darling after blogging for a year about making every recipe, and Julia Child's Mastering the Art of French Cooking, leading to a book deal and film adaptation. Julia, she died. 49 years old. She died of cardiac arrest at her home in upstate New York. That was really sad to see that. I really enjoyed that movie. I was a Julia Child fan when I was a kid.
All the time.
And so I was like, all right, I want to see this movie. And it was a really sweet film. And
she would be on like in the afternoon, like when you got home from school. Whatever.
Totally.
I like the,
and you had very little choices of what to watch on TV at
not
the
a
time.
lot. You'd end up watching things like The Galloping Gourmet as well.
Yeah, I watched that too.
Yeah.
Powell's 2005 book, Julie and Julia, 365 Days, 524 Recipes, One Tiny Apartment Kitchen, became the hit Nora Ephron-directed film, Julia, with the author portrayed in the movie by Amy Adams and Meryl Streep as Child. So her sophomore and last effort, which is this kind of takes a bit of a left turn here, it was called Cleaving, a story of marriage, meat, and obsession, was a bit jarring in its honesty. Powell revealed that she had an affair, the pain of loving two men at once, and her fondness for sadomasochism, and even about self-punishing sex with a stranger.
So she was into S&M a little bit?
I guess so.
Wow, that's a whole aspect I had not entertained. She didn't seem that way.
Me either. So
when she would pound that meat in preparation,
she was pounding that meat. Powell said, people coming to the movie from the movie Julia and Julia and picking up Cleaving are going to be in for some emotional whiplash. She had said at the time, I don't believe it's going to be a Nora Ephron movie.
There were rumors for the longest time that Rachel Ray and her husband were swingers.
Yeah, I remember that. So anyhow, she had the finishing touches on her book. Hang on, let me back up a little bit. Oh yeah, she began her affair in 2004. She was putting the finishing touches on that book that became Julia.
That's crazy.
And she said that she writes, when she was starry-eyed and vaguely disconnected and had too much time on my hands. And it goes into her getting a little funky.
I think I want to read that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
But terrible news. And she is survived by her husband, Eric, but 49 years old in cardiac arrest. That's horrible. No one would give Berserker Brute Kratos, I think it's how you say his name.
Yes,
from the God of War video games.
Absolutely, one of my favorite games.
A Father of the Year award, except for maybe these celebrities. Ben Stiller, John Travolta, LeBron James, and their kids star in a new comedic ad for the franchise's latest entry, God of War Ragnarok.
I watched it.
The celebrities, featuring Stiller in full Kratos costume and makeup, use the complex father and son relationship between the game's lead characters, Kratos and Atreus, as the model to better their own parent-child bonds. And Stiller is leading the support group session with his son, Quinn. Travolta and his daughter, Ella, James and his son, Brony, are all in the sketch. And the God of War dynamic, they say, plays out in every parent-child relationship. And this is Stiller's character saying this. He said, when it clicked for me, I picked up my Leviathan axe and felt truly close to my son for the first time.
I love those games. The last game, they introduced this son character that played really well, and Kratos is much further along. Things didn't work out too well for his first family. They ended up dead. But, the games are just, they're literally pressed. You know, when you talk about playing a game and it's like you're playing a movie, that's what these are like.
So Stiller confirms that there was a little bit of improv in making the ad. He said, I have to say, trying to make LeBron James laugh was fun, and he loves to improv also. So he was making me laugh too, and there was a bit about his headband that came up in a scene, and we don't really know each other, and I didn't know his sense of humor. It was fun to see that he enjoyed that and played off of it. And he said, felt the same with John Travolta, both iconic figures, and John really plays in the moment. It was great to have a chance to act with them since I've been a fan forever. So it was the first time they've gotten together.
Cool.
And LeBron said, the shoot was so much fun. I don't think I've laughed that much on set ever. And Travolta said, our children were hilarious in their very dry reaction to the parents being over-enthusiastic towards the game, and that made me laugh on and off camera. So I don't know where it's going to pop up, but you will see that sometime very soon. E! News interviewed Brian Austin Green recently about co-parenting with his ex-wife, Megan Fox. And he said, we co-parent really well together, he said, and we don't fight over time with kids. We try
You can have them.
alternate holidays between Christmas Day, Christmas Eve. When the outlet asked him how their kids would respond to Fox and Machine Gun Kelly having a baby, he said, I think it'd be amazing.
Mr. Machine Gun?
He said
come to the room?
They're absolutely obsessed with Zayn, and so it'd be the same for them with her. And the reality is that I think it's difficult to them leaving and going over to the house because they miss him so much, because they'd be able to go over to her house and have some of the same experience. Whatever
the hell they're saying. What's the age difference between Megan Fox and Brian Austin Green? Is it
Brian
like 20
Austin
years?
Green?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't
No,
know. I think it's a little closer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the difference between her and Machine Gun Kelly
That's the one. Okay, yeah.
is a bit more. But I'm not really sure what it is.
That's
13 between Brian Austin Green and Megan Fox.
All right.
How about between Machine Gun Kelly and...
She's 36.
Let's all do our
Al Capone.
Yeah.
All right, so she's 36 and he is 32, so only 4 years.
Oh, wow. How about that?
All right.
Didn't even know that.
Bigger difference.
Take that back.
Michelle Williams and her husband, Thomas Cale, have welcomed their second child to the world. This is also her third child overall. And there are some photos that the Daily Mail obtained of the Blue Valentine actress holding the newborn while out on a walk with her family in New York City. We've mentioned that video game trailer. There's also HBO Max dropping their Christmas Story sequel trailer, nearly 40 years after the release of the original film.
I hope this is just make it moderately good, and I'll be happy.
Watching it, I got more of a Christmas Vacation vibe
As did I.
than I did a Christmas Story.
I agree.
Which I think that's the wise thing. You can't redo a Christmas Story. I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, you're going to have to sit in a very precise pocket to make this work. We'll see if they do it.
Yeah.
We have the trailer if you want to listen to it.
Let's listen to some of it. Yeah. Here we go.
Oh, life moves fast. One day you're playing kick the can with kids named Flick and Schwartz.
I triple dog dare you!
And the next thing you know, you're a certified adult.
Ralph, dear old man.
Fragile.
He was the best.
Ralphie, promise me we're gonna make this a wonderful Christmas. That would make your father so happy.
I promise. What had I done?
So it kind of, where I get that Chevy Chase vibe is he's trying to create the perfect family Christmas, and he's going to obsess over that.
And stuff's not going right.
And it's not going to go right.
Julie Haggerty is now playing his mother. It was Melinda Dillon in the original.
Yeah, she passed away, I believe.
Yeah, did she?
Yeah.
A bunch of other original actors. Zach Ward's going to be in it. He's Scott Farkas, and Schwartz is coming back. So, yeah, they got a lot of guys.
Yeah. What I didn't see is Randy going to be? Yeah, it says Ian Petrella was Andy.
Wow.
Who was Scott Farkas's sidekick? What was his name?
Grover Dill.
Yeah,
Grover Dill.
I didn't see him in the in the casting, unfortunately.
You're Aunt Tilly.
Yeah. So, Variety reports that Peter Billingsley reprises his role as Ralphie, this time as father returns to Cleveland Street with his new family. The movie will be available on the streaming platform on November 17th. So it's going to be on HBO Max.
Nice.
So I'm hoping for the best.
Yes,
It'll be great. Yep. All right, couple other casting things. How about this? Jean-Claude Van Damme is set to
Is he in
star
A Christmas Story?
in an action feature called Silent Kill.
Silent. Oh, that sounds right out of the 80s.
Yep. So Anthony Hickox, who wrote the screenplay, he wrote Hellraiser 3, will direct the film.
Be very quiet. I'm going to kill you.
Which will follow 4 mercenaries who find a hidden treasure in the Congo. They bury it. They agree to meet back at the same spot in 3 years and split the fortune evenly, but things take a different turn. So starring alongside Van Damme will be NFL star turned actor Vernon Davis. You know him?
Yeah. He was a tight end for the 49ers.
Raphael Amaya and Madalena Ania.
Aha. Does he at any point hide that gold in the bump in his forehead?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe they make that a plot point. We'll have to see. And then one last thing. Deadline reports that Black Panther Wakanda Forever star Lupita Nyong'o is in final negotiations with Paramount to star in A Quiet Place Day One.
Oh, man.
So they're going to go into it sounds like, the origin of those things.
Well, they did in the second one. Did you
A
see
little bit.
A little bit in the beginning.
I think they'll take this from the very all the way through, where as it slowly starts to... as they take over. That's pretty cool.
What would you prefer? That it was like an Aliens sort of thing with like a queen, is there a knowing force behind their? Because it appears in the second one that they're coming in from space, right? You're seeing these. Yeah. That seems to be the point of origin.
Yeah.
I just hope they don't screw it up.
Yep. The spinoff will be written and directed by Pig director Michael Sarnowski.
I really enjoyed Pig.
Yeah.
Yes, the Nick Cage and his truffle pig.
Yeah. All right, we are now ready to play some clips. The Wonder follows a young girl who stops eating for months but remains miraculously alive and well. In this clip, author Emma Donoghue explains her reasoning for setting it in Ireland. Here we go.
Ireland has such a history of, say, hunger strikes and, famine. So the question of whether or not to eat or whether or not you can eat has been a very fraught question in Irish history. I knew that I would be highly critical of the culture that the story was set in, a culture where people could stand around watching and paying other people to watch a child potentially die.
A jelly donut!
The Wonder is out on Netflix today. Here's our next clip. Marvel Studios assembled The Making of She-Hulk Attorney at Law is the latest in the Marvel docuseries about the making of its popular films and shows. Here, star Tatiana Maslany talks about her venture into comedy through this show.
I've always been a fan of comedy. It's like my favorite thing to watch, and I revere comedians. So when this script came to me, I was laughing on every page. I found it so funny, and I thought it was so character specific, It wasn't just like a comedy that was jokes. It was like these weird characters kind of bouncing against each other.
Marvel Studios assembled. The Making of She-Hulk Attorney at Law is out tomorrow on Disney Plus, by the way. All right, and there you go. Your entertainment report for the morning. We got a bunch of stuff taking place. We have a secret text word, chance for you to win tickets to the Conversation with the Sopranos, which is coming up on November 12th at Keswick Theater. Steve Sherpa, Vincent Pastore, and Michael Imperioli will all be there. And Michael is going to get in touch with us this morning via Zoom.
It's awesome.
So we'll talk to him in the 8 o'clock hour, a little over an hour from now. He'll be checking in. And we also have some meet and eat stuff going on. We have a chance for you to win some gift cards from the Bud Light, or for the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff. Featuring the Liberty Union Bar and Grill. And Brent Porsche is going to be there tomorrow night for that event. And he'll have all kinds of stuff, gear, swag for you to win. So we'll do some giveaways in conjunction with that. And we're going live on Fox Good Day and doing things of that nature. So we'll take a break, come back in just a moment. It's a glorious morning as the sun is arising on a Wednesday. Stay there and we'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Has a lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are two of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't going to cut it.
Because the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot I won't go into all that.
No, that's more. I won't go into all that. That's the religious part, and it bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you, God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. You'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about
this. It sounds like you're at an air show. He's a preacher. He's a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Airliner. So this was back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well,
There's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about. And then, of course, why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church.
Or
whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hangar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in the service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but there was the X-rays showed that there was some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's saying, okay, how can I
tie this back into what's my spiel?
Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Yeah, good. Yeah. All right, so he takes big, long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it. And just
he's praying over the corrosion.
In his air. Praying over it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So instead of going out and earning money,
I decided to return my faith to its upright position. Because the Lord's beverage cart had been stowed. Because we were coming in for a landing.
And just as plain,
listen to this.
The Lord said to me,
okay, so this is God talking directly to him.
No fumar.
He's talking directly to him. Yeah.
The Lord said to me, lay hands on it. I'll heal it. What?
Listen to the people talking. What? And he says, what?
What?
Even he doesn't buy it.
I never heard him. What do you... Well, he said, Kenneth.
You're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
He said, Kenneth, you're an idiot. This is your thing. You're all about the freaking planes. Give it a try.
He said, corrosion comes from the curse.
Oh.
Self-pleasuring.
Yes.
And listen to the people going, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Comes from the curse.
Comes from the curse.
He said, I provided that airplane for you, didn't I? I said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He said, lay hands on it. Okay.
Okay.
And I started.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, didn't he say that? All right, so this plane belonged to somebody else, and the Lord provided it for him at the...
Lord didn't have much use for the previous owner.
Yeah, the previous owner had
previous owner could have gone down a ball of flames. The Lord would not have given a rat's ass.
And I started praying in the Spirit, and the more I prayed in the Spirit, the happier I got. And so I just went up, oh man, you talk about laying hands on that thing. I laid hands on it all over, and it's a big old airplane. It took a while to do it.
I have to be honest with you, at a certain point, I put my pee-pee in a few holes.
It felt good. Because some of them have some of the rubber stoppers that feel like a woman's lady parts. It felt good. I mean, come on.
I know.
Who's sitting there listening to this?
A group of people.
And he has a very large following.
The answer is enough people.
Yeah, to pay for that beautiful aircraft.
Not one listen, I don't know how big that crowd is. Not
Are you out of your mind?
Right?
Laid hands on that thing, just laid hands on it all over and praised God and laid hands on that and commanded that corrosion to leave in Jesus' name.
Seriously.
Then I crawled up and I kind of hunched my back and started gyrating like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
Serious.
And I saw that corrosion disappear. Then I exploded.
Come on.
They did more x-rays and came back. There was just one little old spot there. I said, Lord, what? No, he said, I want to remind you. I said, what are you reminding me of? He said, they could have said maybe the x-rays were wrong. I said, maybe the x-rays.
Oh my God.
Are wrong.
If only you could see Steve's face right now. Come on.
I said, on my back. I just my back.
What?
X-rays are wrong.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: take him out to an airport. Get a plane that has some sort of error, with something wrong with it, something that makes it really not safe for flight. Lay down on it, and would he lay down on it and pray and then get in that plane?
Well, God didn't tell him that. That would be the defense. God didn't tell me to heal this one, so I can't do it if He's not telling me to do it.
Oh my
you know
God!
What I mean, so that's there's a
fail-safe,
a built-in fail-safe.
So we laid hands on it again, and it's gone.
You're buying this? Yeah. Even I don't believe it.
We need to loop that. Gwyneth Paltrow was spotted at Long Island's New York Center for Innovative Medicine, a center known for its holistic treatment of Lyme disease. Was
she wearing a lab coat?
The founder, I don't know if she's wearing a lab coat. The founder, Dr. Thomas Zulk, has been featured on her website, Goop, for his energy blanching procedure.
I read Zulk on Goop, and I like.
Oh, wait a minute!
What?
I said the wrong thing. Not energy blanching. Energy balancing. Blanching is lightly boiling.
None
something.
of us would have noticed.
In the world of Goop, that makes complete sense. Now they can blanch your energy.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds good. I'll try that.
Yes. Can you also whiten my anus?
Yeah. Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
We can whiten your anus.
Here's the app for that,
too.
I'm blanching both my anus and my energy.
God. Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then...
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something... she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
My wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you, ma'am.
It is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. For ma'am to set someone off?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah,
or something like
that's
that.
how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when I remember the first time he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, you know, like somebody in an authoritative manner, like then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like, yeah.
It's a title. It's a title.
We're not
This kid walking along, that you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most women?
Yeah, but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because anybody, just anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be
the home run derby was kind of a gimmicky thing, but it was fun to watch last night. It was fun to watch last night. And you know what? There were several things that were going through my mind while watching that game last night. And one of them was, dude, we gave away tickets to that game. That
yes, we did.
I think it was Brendan was his name.
No, it was for tonight's game.
Tonight.
Oh, it's tonight's
that's
game?
right, because it
It was
shifted.
supposed to be last night.
Yeah.
I know.
It got shifted.
I keep forgetting. I keep getting these mixed
I know,
up.
it's messing a lot of people up,
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyhow, everybody who was there last night, I mean, how could you not just be so tired from screaming your head off and jumping up and down? Nick was there. Marissa was there. We'll get some reaction from them as well.
The
God.
pandemonium, the shots of the stadium, just there's not one. You couldn't slide a credit card between the amount of people jammed in there, all in unison. It was amazing.
I really wanted to see the ceremonial first pitch. They didn't show it on TV. But
Oh, they didn't?
No.
Did you see the footage, though? I mean...
Well, yeah. I saw Marissa's Instagram story. She posted it. But, yeah, that was really cool. It was Dr. J, Bernie Perrant, Mike Schmidt, Brandon Graham, and then it was Victorino, Cole Hamels, Ryan Howard, and who was the fourth who caught
Jason Worth.
Yeah.
Jason Worth, who caught the pitches. Yeah, it was really cool.
Jason
By the way,
Worth, he caught Bernie Perrant's pitch,
That
which
bounced.
That was the one that was what I was going to ask. I couldn't tell. The video that I saw was off in the distance. One just kind of trickled out, and I think that was
he's a goalie. You know,
Give him a break. You can see him though. As soon as he throws it, he throws his arms up in the air like, oh man.
I'm a hockey player.
Yeah, Marissa.
Kathy, what you missed, and you might not have been able to see in my video, Mike Schmidt, when they put the camera on him, he did the Bryce Harper, this is my house, like Philly's, what are we calling that? Like when he just waves his hand against the...
grabbing your boobies.
Yeah, there we go.
Grabbing your boobies.
Yeah.
Superman thing. Yeah.
Well, that was impressive and badass, the whole thing. It was just from the beginning. First inning was like 1, 2, 3 strikes. Out.
It's amazing.
Bang, bang, bang.
It just feels
It's like, all right, that was nice. That was a good tempo. I like this.
Yeah, I mean, Ranger got 2 outs on the first 2 pitches that he threw, and then it got out of that first inning pretty easily. He was a stud last night, and then 2 runs in the first inning. the Harper home run on the first pitch that he saw, which was the first pitch he saw since the last home run he hit in Game 5 of the NLCS to send the Phils to the World Series.
Yeah.
So he hit 2 pitches, both for home runs in back-to-back games, and the place just exploded. I was lucky enough to be there with my dad last night, which was just really special to me. My dad introduced me to baseball. I'm a fan of baseball because of him, and to be able to sit next to him and watch the game together was just an incredible moment and really a great night. And my dad had so much fun. I feel like he was jumping down.
We were talking about that, the familial thing, the moments you'll never forget.
Yeah.
And Nick, there was celebrity firepower there last night.
Oh,
as well.
yeah. Rob McElhenney and Caitlin were there last night. There were a lot of Phillies from 2008. Jimmy Rollins was there. Chooch was there. Manny Trio from the 1983 team was there as well.
Cool.
I'm trying to think of Miles Teller was there again last night. I mean, there's just people are coming out for this team. And Preston, I think you and I were talking about this last week when the Astros and the Yankees were in the ALCS together. There weren't a ton of Astros fans there last night. There were some, but not a ton. And the fact that that we don't have to deal with Yankees fans, it makes it so much better. There were 45,000 plus there last night, nearly 46,000, and I would say 99% of them were Phils fans. If there's a Phils-Yankees series, you're going to get Yankees fans in attendance. It's fine.
Right.
They come down and they support their team. I'm just glad that we don't have to deal with a ton of them.
Wow. It was just watching home. I was laughing by the time.
5 home runs.
Yeah.
5.
By the time we get to 4 over the fence, I'm like, you've got to be kidding me.
Lance McCullers gave up.
Just phenomenal.
The Astros gave up all 5 of those home runs, which is also a record, a dubious one. The Phils tied the record for 5 home runs in a World Series game. I mean, it was the last time the Phillies had a shutout at home in the World Series was 1993, Game 5. I was there with my dad that night as well.
Oh, awesome.
Kurt Schilling pitched a 2-0 shutout, and Ranger Suarez went 5 strong last night. And then they didn't have to use the bullpen last night either. They didn't have to use Alvarado. They didn't have to use Sir Anthony Dominguez or Zach Eflin. So those guys are saved for tonight and possibly tomorrow night as well.
Which is great.
Yes.
That they were able to save that. I love all the stuff around it like this, like that you went with your dad. I saw the picture of you and your dad. Like, all of that stuff to me is just adds to the excitement of it all. Like that people are going and experiencing this with their family.
Oh, and think of it this way, if you want to put it, chronologically, this is on the other end of a big, shutdown. We weren't seeing each other for the longest time.
Right. Yes.
And to come out of it with something that's off the charts, with us all getting to feel like we're part of something.
Steve, I was thinking about that last night. I mean, there was a World Series in 2020.
Right.
And they had it in Texas, and can you name who won that World Series? Right? It was the Dodgers, but nobody cares. Right. And we wouldn't have been able to do that. And we wouldn't have been able to be in the stadium like we were last night. So you're absolutely right. To be able to celebrate that
in that way
it wouldn't have happened 2 years ago.
So what was the tell? What was the issue with that, where they were able to read the cheating accusation last night, and I didn't catch much of that.
Well, I was chatting with Casey a little bit this morning. It was hard to tell while I was there, and people were texting me about it. But apparently, McCullers was he was showing what pitches were going to be thrown. So Phil's batters were able to pick up on it, and it was where his leg was in the kick and before he delivered the ball.
And Bryce was the one that obviously noticed it immediately because he called Boehm, who was on deck. And said, hey, in fact, for whatever reason, the camera had panned him at that moment, and they had a mic on him as well, or they had a directional mic pointed at him. He's like, boom, boom. He's like, motions him, he comes over, covers up his hand, tells him something. Well, the inning ends. Boehm comes up the next inning. He's first at bat and just knocks it out of the park. And clearly, he knew what to look for. He knew. Because pitchers, there are some things that batters can do if we were talking about eyesight with Charlie Manuel last week, about them being able to have such sharp eyesight of seeing things as minute as the position of their hand, as they're coming over the top, rotation of the ball, things like that.
Stitching, exactly.
So they were saying maybe it was his leg, Casey, it was the way he was raising his leg or something.
I just saw a side-by-side comparison on Twitter of McCullen's 2 different pitches, because he's mainly he throws breaking balls, but I guess one pitch that he throws, the leg kick goes high, or the knee comes up higher. And these guys are able to differentiate that and see that in a split second's notice. It's pretty crazy.
It's remarkable. It's to process that quickly is beyond mortals.
That's why they're the best.
Yeah.
That's why they're the elite. Yeah.
What was and I don't know which team or if it was both teams or what it was, but I heard it in the background as the TV was on, but that they put something in their hats so that everybody, the other team members in the outfield can hear or know the pitch that's coming.
Yeah, so they don't flash signals anymore. So the catcher has a little electronic device on his knee, and there are the pitcher.
Fastball.
Right. Shortstop and sometimes second baseman will have a receiver. Because they need to know where to position themselves depending on what the pitcher is trying to achieve by the particular pitch he's going to throw.
And the outfielders
they may throw a specific pitch to try and get a double play. So these guys have to be in position, so they are aware of the pitch that's coming.
So that's what's going.
And the reason is because the shortstop and second baseman used to be able to see those signals that the catcher would throw. So they've always known as well.
Right.
So, yeah.
But so I the pitcher is still nodding at the catcher. Is that through that sound?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, he's nodding at that.
He actually has a little a keypad on his thigh, and he'll tap in the signals.
Slider.
Kind of, yeah. And that's how he delivers. And if the crowd is really loud, like it was last night, the Astros pitcher might not be able to hear what the catcher.
Well, they said they were bumping it up to like the
volume.
Bumping the volume up where they normally keep it at. They were going through the numbers, and it was bumped up to 12 or something like that.
At one point, you saw he was holding a full boom box up on his shoulder.
Yeah, I think they had said Stott had said he normally has it at 12, but now he's cranking it up to 20.
No kidding.
Some go to 11.
Yeah, that's like Keenan's level volume.
I've seen a lot of people putting this out there, but there was actually seismic activity at the ballpark last night.
Yeah, they said it shook.
Yeah, with the Bohm home run and the Harper home run. I mean, the place it registered on the Richter scale.
I have a legit concern because I'm going tomorrow night. And when I can't go to concerts anymore, I have to wear earplugs because the noise I have tinnitus and it can do permanent damage to my hearing. I think I'm going to have to wear earplugs for the entire game.
Take them.
I have some custom-made ones, but I think I'm going to have to wear them the whole damn game.
There was just an article about stadium noise of this level can be detrimental to someone if you have sensitive hearing, especially someone with tinnitus, which is what you deal with. Listen, you're going to be able to hear it.
Oh yeah. I just know me. I mean, like after a while, I'm going to just take them out and go screw it.
Would you wear over the ear?
No.
Why not?
No.
Well, I have them too, but they're a little annoying because you can still hear what's going on, but if the person next to you wants to tell you something,
I know.
you have to take it out.
What? Yeah. That was just insane. I can't. Casey and I were texting each other during the game last night with my buddy Steve, and it was just like one after another. And last night, Casey, I was on the delay.
Oh, were you?
And you guys weren't. So before Bryce hit the home run, I had seen that you guys had sent me a text.
Sorry.
No, it's all right.
Actually, no.
I'm sorry. It was Reese. It was Reese's home run that I got ahead of time. I'm like, what?
Yeah, because your buddy was he actually missed the first. He missed the first 4 runs of the game because he was playing ice hockey.
Yeah.
And listen, we're watching it and we're local, and it just feels like a local game because obviously it's being played here, but it's. What we were watching was on the national level.
Yeah, everyone's watching.
And well, I don't know about everybody, but I just loved seeing that, like Philadelphia on such a grand, positive scale, right? And even like
positive,
yes. And even John Smoltz was talking about how tough it, but he wasn't coming down. And I go on Twitter and Instagram and all that stuff while the game's going on.
LinkedIn,
and I stay away from LinkedIn.
Yeah.
But because it has nothing to do with what I'm trying to research. But people were like trying to crap on John Smoltz. I thought John Smoltz was fine. I didn't think he overshared. I don't think he undershared. But he can share listen. He was one of the best in the game at his time, and
Are you talking about him not liking Philadelphia?
He likes Philadelphia.
Yeah, but did you hear him in Game 1? He was not saying nice things.
Like what?
Wait, like he said
D's nuts.
Well, no, he kept saying things like I really feel bad for all these Phillies fans that paid to come out here. Like this just isn't going to end well for them. Like he was
that when we were down 5-0?
I'm not sure when it was.
He was saying the same stuff about the Astros yesterday when they were down 5-0, 7-0.
It's the bane of a national broadcast.
Yeah.
You have to play both sides, and that's the way.
And no matter what you do,
no matter what, you piss in one side's Cheerios from time to time, and it just happens. And then they get the bad rap. But I felt the love last.
It's a wonderful thing is to hear the different broadcasters call, like, in Spanish, and to hear in different, even because a lot of that stuff is carried overseas as well. So you'll hear all different countries, different locations. It's pretty wild.
I was having a hard time believing that the Phillies were in the World Series until I got there last night. Like, it's really, a lot of this has been quite frankly unbelievable to me, and I'm very excited for you guys to be there tomorrow night, to get into that atmosphere, because once you're there and you see everybody going in and people in such a great mood and just this wonderful vibe, it all of a sudden it sank into me last night. My team is playing in the World Series, and Preston, if they win tonight,
oh my God,
we have a chance to see a World Series clinching game tomorrow night.
I know.
I mean, I wasn't there for 5A or 5B in 2008. I didn't go to any World Series games in 2009. But tomorrow night,
And keep in mind the Camp Out for Hunger next week, too.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Can you effing believe? So that's our biggest. We can say, Casey, and I think you guys, as your executive producer of the show, can say, remember the year I put on a World Series parade for the Camp Out?
I'm just going to meter my expectations, and I'm trying to stay.
You're doing everything.
And people ask me what I think. I don't want to say anything.
Yeah.
I just want to meter everything. The team that we're playing, and Bryce Harper said it last night in the post-game interview, the Astros are a really good team.
Yeah.
They're a 106 win team.
Yeah.
All right. So, and
keep your eyes down and play.
Yeah. If there's any team, in this league that can roll off 3 in a row, it's that team. So I just, and I'm excited at the prospect of it, but I, because I'm so superstitious, I don't want to say the wrong thing. As far as my optimism and excitement is concerned.
They've won 2 games. They have to win 2 more, and it's not going to be easy to win this next 2 games. And they could happen in Philadelphia. It might go. I mean, Charlie Manuel last week said he thought it was going to go 7 games. So if it goes 7 games, I wouldn't be surprised. But the cool thing for me is I'm no longer at the point where I'll be surprised if the Phillies win the World Series. To me, now this team has a legitimate shot by winning the game last night.
We're winning in 5. I'm said it right.
Wow!
Yay!
We're winning in 5. I said it.
If they won here, listen, if they win, it's going to be great. But if they win here,
we deserve it.
We do.
The city deserves it.
The city deserves it.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, we deserve it.
Oh my God.
We deserve this and the MLS Cup on Saturday.
That too.
And then an undefeated football season. We need that. And
then a world record Camp Out.
World record, and maybe the Flyers to at least squeak into the playoffs as an 8 seed.
I want to ask Nick how it was getting down there and parking. This is the first game of the World Series, so there's a couple more people that do have tickets are probably curious about getting down there. What a good time to do that is. Parking, all the things that surround besides the game.
So this was my 4th game in the postseason that I've been able to go to, and last night was the hardest to get in of the 4. I mean, there were a lot of people going down there. People were going to Xfinity Live to hang out and tailgate. People that weren't going into the stadium were just down there just to be down there. So it took a long time. We left my house, I think, before 6, and got to the ballpark around 7:15, and then it took another 15, 20 minutes just to park. So if you're going tonight or tomorrow night, give yourself plenty of time. The other games that I've been to, I've gotten down there early. It's going to be really nice out tonight and tomorrow night. So get down and tailgate, hang out with your friends or whatever. But if you can, get down there early.
Were you getting nervous when you get stuck in all the traffic? Like, come on. We're not going to make it. We're not going to make it.
And I was with my dad, and my dad has limited mobility, so I wanted to make sure that we could get in.
Get on my back, Dad.
Right, I'm carrying you in, buddy.
If the traffic is anything close to what it was like on Sunday for the Eagles game, it took me. I did the same thing. I was like, I'll go down last minute. Everybody's already going to be there.
And that was a 1 o'clock start,
That was a 1 o'clock start, and I left my house at noon, right? No traffic, takes me 20 minutes, 25 minutes to get to the stadium. It took me 2 hours to get from my driveway into the stadium. Wow. It was ridiculous. And I was getting at a certain point, I was like, okay, this is just hilarious. That it took a little while to get to that point.
It's the funniest thing ever.
I was like, why? Where isn't everybody in the stadium? Like, why is the traffic like this at this point?
When you talk about events like this or anything, I've over the years had to train myself to not let the subsequent event I'm so excited about get ruined by the trip there. Yeah. And I would let that happen. And I've tried to, and I've gotten pretty good at it. It's such a wonderful thing. No matter what happens, that'll be great. You just deal with knowing that in some way it's going to F up.
If you can, take the train. I can't recommend it enough. The subway is so easy. They put extra trains on the Orange Line, so you can just get down there, hop off, and then leaving. It's easy because they added extra trains, and I can't recommend it.
You
enough.
going to take it in from Harleysville, Preston?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I don't have that option.
That's easy once you get to the city. Like if there is somewhere else you can park in the city, and then take the train
so
down
do you
to South
suggest
Philly.
that,
You can
Marissa?
do that.
You know, go into Center City, park in a garage or a lot, and then jump on the train.
100%.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, what was the train debacle in 2008? Was it for the parade where like people were getting stranded on the side of the tracks? You guys remember that?
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that was for the game.
For the World Series parade, the trains were so full that they just stopped stopping.
Yes.
So
They would
like,
just
get
pass
on
through.
the-
They would pass right by you.
If it was like the Norristown line, it would be full by like Manayunk. So all the other stops, like the train was just going. But I did get down there and I saw the Budweiser little pregame festival that they're having, and it was awesome. Split Decision was playing. And
Yeah, they're playing again tonight.
Yeah, they were like, "Hey, we're Split Decision. We're going to be here tomorrow and Thursday, and hey, here's DJ Jazzy Jeff." So Split Decision was opening for Jazzy Jeff. It was so cool.
I've played with Split Decision before. I got on stage with him one time. Maybe I could do that tomorrow. Play a song.
Ladies and gentlemen, Preston Elliott, followed by the World Series.
I think I'm gonna get down there. I was surprised at how late both of you guys were going down there. Like I thought you would want to be down there for hours walking around. I'm going to try to get down there like 2 hours ahead of time.
You should
and take it all
absorb it, and also when you're there, it's going to be so the sights and sounds and stuff you haven't had a chance to appreciate so far. So take it all in. I think that's the great way to do it.
I will
Are we
tomorrow
taking
night.
off Friday?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I'm calling an audible.
Hey, let's take off next week too.
Let's just hang down by the Citizens Bank Park.
Yeah, you just stay there.
I don't know if
We'll
you
put
guys
on a camp out.
saw it on the TV last night, but when Marsh hit that home run, I guess that there was a bit of a little controversy because the kid dropped it and they didn't know if it was a home run or not.
Yep.
But Budweiser had paid for all of those banners along the fence, so Bud got a ton of advertising,
I
free
saw
advertising last night.
What was the hashtag? Hit the buds or something like that?
I don't know, actually.
I don't know exactly what that is.
Wax that ass.
By the way, that kid's name is Ty Cooner, 10 years old, of Wilmington, Delaware.
Wow.
It was kind of funky at first because I had forgotten what the rules are if a fan touches a ball that's on its way out, and didn't know if he had maybe ruined it or not, but apparently it was all good. Marsh didn't know either.
Right,
He wasn't sure what had happened.
He stopped at second,
Yeah.
and then the umpires, I guess, convened and said it was a home run, and then they reviewed it and then confirmed that it was a home run. But yeah, it was hashtag hit the buds, Preston.
And apparently, Nick Castellanos later on went and threw a ball to that kid.
But by accident. He didn't realize that was the kid that had dropped the ball.
Yeah, in fact, his quote was, "I looked for a kid, man. That's just a coincidence that it happened to be him." Wow. He threw a ball up to a kid and it happened to be that kid.
What are the odds?
He would have gotten two if he would have held on to the first one.
Castellanos made another great catch last night. I mean, he's not doing a ton at the plate in this postseason, but he's made three incredible catches, including, in my mind, what could be a series-saving catch in Game 1. Because if he had dropped that ball or they had gotten a hit in the bottom of the ninth inning in Game 1, Astros would have won that game. Would have been a very different series. And Castellanos made another great catch last night.
By the way, that kid got even another ball. Tom McCarthy hand-delivered him a baseball that was autographed by Jimmy Rollins and Jason Morris.
Nice.
Man.
He made out like a
You better
bandit.
bring your mitt tomorrow night.
Wow. He had his mitt, Steve.
Yeah.
He had
did.
a glove. And
No, Preston.
Wow. So it's happening. It's happening in a big way right now, man. Hang on a second here. Somebody wants to offer some advice on driving down to the area. I've got Don on the line. Hey, Don, good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, it says here that you are a rideshare driver, right?
That is correct.
All right.
I wanted to comment on trying to get out of the game is that towards the end of the game, they will close off access to Patterson and other areas. So we rideshare drivers and cab drivers cannot get into that area. If we're in there before they close it off, that's fine. But when the fans are coming out and they want to get a ride right there, we can't get to them. They have to walk out to us.
All right,
Just FYI.
where are some areas that you guys will be?
Up on Darien towards Live Casino and out on Broad Street.
Yeah. Okay. Live seems to be the most logical, right, in that area?
Yeah, that's you walk right up 10th, and that's sort of easy for us. But a lot of rideshare are going to be along Broad Street outside of the parking lot.
What about over by like Chickies and Pete's over that way?
No, that's going to be blocked off as well. You're going to have to go further up past Darien.
No kidding. Okay. All right. Thank you for the heads up, man. Appreciate it, Don.
No problem. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, cool. All right, well, listen, this is crazy, exciting stuff, but we need to take a break. We're going to go live on Fox Good Day this morning, so we're going to come back with that. We have the B-File coming up, and I would like to give away a $25 gift certificate for Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs. Bud Light Thursday night kickoff is tomorrow night. Brent Porsche will be there from 7 to 9. We'll take caller number 8 at 215-263-WMMR. They brought by some great food, but we'll dive into in just a moment here. But don't forget, it's a chance for you to win tickets to see the Eagles play Green Bay November 27th. There's all kinds of signed merch and Bud Light stuff. You can go to WMMR.com for the details. We'll be back in just a moment. Caller number 8 will set you up.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I've born and bred it, Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect. And I would say, ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it,
I don't know.
I don't know. I just
You keep going back to old.
No,
old
the standard thing would be pretty good, ma'am. Wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still,
right.
I still think it's.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One gosh darn bit. I'm looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing. That's a way to show respect.
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's with you in that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just. We just don't like it.
And that's fine. But all right,
I
it's your personal
don't
preference.
think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what
But
do
I
you
just
want
don't
your
like
server?
it.
What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
Lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carding everyone as we were walking in. And I was with Elisa. We're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, and we stand there, and he goes, "Hi." And so we were like, "Do you want to see your ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. There is a crap job available in San Francisco that's a complete waste, but it pays up to $185,000 a year for those who are interested. The city where Tony Bennett left his heart has an enormous feces problem.
There's a lot of poop there.
That has gotten so bad.
A lot of people are taking poops on the street.
Officials decided to create a poop patrol to clean up the streets.
Clean up the poop and the turds that are on the street that I love so dearly. I took a poop in San Francisco. Sing along if you know.
The 5-member team now.
I couldn't control it.
Walk up and down San Francisco.
Started with the shart and then I left my heart.
There it is.
In San Francisco.
Left my shart.
I took a shart. Then left my heart in San Francisco.
So they are now cleaning up human feces, and we're assuming other feces as well. Like
and vomit.
Animal feces, vomit.
And piss.
Yeah.
Can't forget piss. Piss, vomit, poop, it's all there on the streets of San Fran.
Thank you.
Where they got trolley cars and rice-a-roni.
Thank you, Tony Bennett, for...
poop.
Camel cars and rice-a-roni.
I miss that city.
Chinatown.
Yeah, they got poop-covered streets, piss everywhere, vagrants wandering around. It's wonderful. It's like Night of the Living Dead with hills.
The wharf is just covered in
Absolutely.
poop. Yeah, it's just beautiful. In case you've ever wondered whether Marilyn Manson was truly as evil as he makes himself out to be, there may be proof now. She said they can't find something illegal about what I say or do in my music. They just disagree with it morally because of their belief systems.
That's nonsense. I'm in the Satanic Church myself. And I'm about cleaning the poop off the streets of San Francisco.
That's right. Look at that.
Get off the guy's back.
You're not such a bad guy.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, so he said, so they have to...
Just because I believe in the power of the Lord Satan, Doesn't mean you should think I'm evil.
I mean, after all, you're cleaning up poop.
Remember what the Joker said to Batman? They're both sides of different coins or something like that. I didn't stay really that long. I left once I ran out of snow caps.
He bought the ticket, though.
He bought the jumbo box,
Yeah,
too.
it was there.
I go through them a lot. I love those things.
This is so weird. Just thinking about that. What would lead Tony Bennett to
I'm in
comment
the Church of Satan, too.
Maryland Man? And poop and snow caps and Batman and the Joker. He's currently on tour with Rob Zombie with the Trek wrapping
I'm
up
also a Nazi.
this week. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston, okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
Oh, it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, It's glowing
lights up
to
like
my
my
heart.
heart.
And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know, it's
Like
so...
this, Preston.
It's such a shame.
She's got the lips like...
Yes, yeah, full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
Close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. I don't know. Who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's
kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Oh,
yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't.
Be too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly.
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay? And that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy, right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make it
necklace?
different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twinkie wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God.
My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Trying to get something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or
tiny
something?
flashlight.
wait.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
Try this.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here?
What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like, where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist. Little Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little Shop of it goes to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow
turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person, Simon Huck, is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist, and I want your next to glow.
Stop it.
Okay.
They don't see that outside.
All right, 7:54, the President and Steve Show. We're getting back into things. Kath, we got about a minute before we go live on Fox Good Day. You want to take a look at traffic?
Sure.
All right, what's going on?
Blue Route northbound jams 95 to the Media bypass on the Schuylkill eastbound. You're slow from the Blue Route into Belmont Boulevard to the Vine, westbound Passyunk to the Vine, and then from the Boulevard out to Belmont. 95 southbound jams from Woodhaven to Bridge Street, and then again from 291 Bartram Avenue to Ridley Park. There's an accident in the left lane. Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound, Heavy Willow Grove to Fort Washington, a disabled vehicle in the left lane there. 55 northbound, Heavy Deptford to the 42 freeway, 42 north slowing from the Black Horse Pike to 295. This traffic report brought to you by Acme. Bring on all the fall flavors with Acme. Explore fresh recipes, discover fall inspiration, slow down, and fall into flavor at acmemarkets.com/fall. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kath. We should be going on Fox Good Day in about 30 seconds or so. I want to thank, again, our friends from Liberty Union Bar and Grill for stopping by this morning, and some great food. Had some shrimp and grits this morning.
Oh, how was that?
Fantastic. And they brought all these wraps and stuff. They got great food. Brent Porsche will be at their location in Chester Springs. They have 2 locations, by the way, one in Kimberton as well. I'll be there tomorrow night from 7 to 9 for the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff, so make sure you stop by. They'll have some stuff to give away and so on. We're going to go live on Fox Good Day. That's what the music means, so here we go.
The hell is this?
I don't know. Hey.
Guess who I saw at the Phillies game last night?
Who did you see?
Marissa.
Magnata. Yeah, she was there. Nick was there as well last night.
Oh, wow. How are you guys feeling this morning?
Pretty damn good.
Yeah, they're doing all right. They a little sore and a little hoarse and all,
tired.
but, you know, everybody had such a great time last night. I'm sure you
Worth
guys
it.
did too.
Oh, yeah.
I was at home, but this guy, he was all in it.
Well, it was so exciting from the very beginning, you know, with the home run by Bryce right off the bat and the great catch by Nick. It was just electric the entire game. Nobody ever sat down. The place was rocking. Is it the talk of your show today or not?
Yeah, I mean
we're skipping it.
Yeah, we're gonna pass.
Yeah, you can't help it.
Yeah, it's and we're excited. Some of us are lucky enough to be going to Game 5. Others have been to
Oh, nice.
a few of the other playoff games and so on. So we're diving right into it, and I personally can't wait. I've never been to a World Series game before in my life, and so I'm excited for the excitement.
Oh, it was this one point last night, because speaking of excitement, I literally was thinking to myself, is this real? Like, all these things were happening, and I was like, this is amazing.
It's an embarrassment of riches when you stop and think about how everything is going, like with the Eagles and the Union and this going on, and then we have listen, our Camp Out for Hunger is next week.
Yeah.
We might be at like ground zero for a parade, which is going to be pretty wild. We'll see what happens, but very exciting.
Yeah. Let's don't get ahead of ourselves.
I don't want to jinx it.
I do say the same thing, Mike. Yeah.
We could have the. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you plan.
Because are you guys doing any like? That's
Yeah,
true.
sure.
You do have to plan, but are you guys doing any like superstitious things? Like, I'm nervous.
we're not into that. No, we're not superstitious at all.
Absolutely. In fact, I was just telling Casey, I don't watch any of the games live. I watch highlights because that's how we won the Super Bowl last time, and that's it, because I literally record and then we'll go through because I have never in my life seen a team that I was supporting win in real time. So I'm not going to buck the system.
Wow.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, Steve, I'm a little bit the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that DVR is humming, I will leave my apartment and walk around the block.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
I don't buy it at all.
We had-
What I do has absolutely nothing to do with what the team does. They're the people that are working. They make it happen. I put it all on them.
Yeah.
We
of
lend
course.
support and just sit back and enjoy what's happening.
And Alex, that's why we have to step in and pull our weight for people
we
like
give
Preston.
them the latitude to believe that hokum that none of this has any sway, and of course they're going to take the logical true route, but we prefer to just do this because we know it really makes the
Your
difference.
little voodoo rituals and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, go for it.
But
I'm so weird.
Yeah.
I thought if I pulled on my right ear like Carol Burnett last night, good things would happen.
Oh, Casey was picking at his teeth the other night a specific way. Kid you not.
I was picking at my teeth. I had this like flick thing that I was doing on the arms of my chair. I also, this hat, I have been wearing clashing outfits because whatever doesn't match along with this hat has brought us victories. So
it works.
Yeah. So Preston, you can do whatever you want because I am.
We believe we have.
Yes.
It's ridiculous, but it's been working.
Oh God.
We had one viewer who said they didn't watch game 1 and we won. And so they're now the whole house, no one can watch the game. All the TVs have to be turned off during the World Series.
That must be
because
so
of
much
this.
fun.
Yeah.
So last night I tugged on my ear and I got an email from Carol Burnett asking me to stop it.
Stop
Oh my
it.
God.
Yeah.
Cease and desist. Thanks, guys.
All right,
Thank you.
see guys. All right, they're on location, so they have a little bit of a delay there.
Oh, there was?
Yeah. You didn't know that? You pick up on that? All right, but anyhow, well, do whatever you want to do, gang. Things are looking good as of now, so it's a good spot to be in. Hopefully
Absolutely.
it continues on. All right, Bizarre File Stories. Let's go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Lorenzo and Sons Pizza. The iconic Lorenzo and Sons Pizza is a Philadelphia staple with locations in Westchester, in Xfinity Live, and in Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. You can visit lorenzoswestchester.com. This is a pretty wild story. After being arrested at Miami International Airport on Sunday night, a one-time heavyweight boxer has been charged by the Department of Justice with attempting to smuggle 22 tons of cocaine, a quantity worth more than $1 billion. That's right.
What's that in your pants, sir?
It's like $1 billion. A boxer and $1 billion through the United States. Goran Gogic, as I assume how you say his name, but he's a 43-year-old citizen of Montenegro. Was called a major drug trafficker at the head of a criminal network in Monday's press release, which included details of what is one of the largest cocaine seizures in United States history. The 19,930 kilograms of cocaine were pulled off 3 commercial cargo ships, with prosecutors alleging that Gogic had masterminded the effort to traffic them from Colombia to Europe using American ports. His crew worked under the cover of night with cranes and nets to hoist the cocaine aboard the massive ships.
It's amazing.
Taking them off speedboats that drew up alongside them along their routes. Gogic was hit with 1 count of conspiracy and 3 counts of violating a federal Maritime Drug Law Enforcement Act. Each charge carries a mandatory minimum of a decade behind bars and possible life sentence. But that is the largest, one of the largest cocaine busts of all
Cargo
time.
ships.
And a boxer was the man behind it. So it's over now, though. So
Nothing's over.
Nothing is over. Nothing. Members of a Red Oak, Iowa family were able to escape their burning home after a driver who wound up on their street by mistake saw the flames and rushed to wake them up.
It's some horrifying footage.
It is. Brendan Britt told CNN that he was giving a friend a ride home early October 23rd, made a wrong turn, which took him right in front of the house. It was about 2 a.m., so he assumed that there were probably people inside. He called 911 and went onto the side of the house and started banging on windows. He said, I was screaming, yelling, just trying to wake them up because I just figured somebody was in the house, and I just acted like there was no time to wait. I realized it was either now or never. And video from the home's doorbell camera showed the flames spreading quickly across the porch before the siblings ran out of the house and into the yard. Sisters, by the way, these are the kids' names. Kindred and Spirit, and their little brother Chris.
Whoa, there's a fire.
Got out first. Their older brother Bryce ran through the smoke and fire about a minute later.
Get Jim in the end, cricket.
The 22-year-old said, I walked into an oven of heat and flames on the front wall.
Look at this footage, Kathy. It's right up.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when the last guy comes out, it's even more lit up than
directly
that.
overhead.
So their mom, Tender, was about 750 miles away in Montana at the time dealing with a family emergency. Her husband was working on the other side of the state. She said it was awful. I immediately called my kids and got on FaceTime with the firefighters. And yeah, it was crazy, but they were safe. And that was the main thing.
This guy's a hero.
Lehman said her mom drove her back home in record time to be back with the kids. She said that it was a miracle that Britt happened to be in the area and was able to wake everyone up. Britt said firefighters arrived shortly after everyone made it out of the house. But the fire had spread very quickly. The fire department has not determined the cause of the fire. No one was injured, but Lehman said that 5 of the family dogs, 2 of which were emotional support animals, died in the fire. Yeah. Lehman said they didn't have any insurance because of a problem with the roof, but they had planned to sort that out next month, and they lost everything in the fire. So there's a GoFundMe that has been set up to help them get back on their feet, but they have their lives, and they could have easily have lost those, too.
Show that footage to anyone who doesn't believe how quickly a house can go up.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, in Baltimore, a woman was arrested Monday after police say she screamed obscenities and exposed herself to children trick-or-treating on Halloween night. Around 7:30 p.m., officers were called, and they found 45-year-old Wendy Kazarek exposing herself and screaming while handing out...
I'm tweaking my nipples right now.
While handing out candy. That was. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
That was man.
I'm tweaking my nipples right now.
That was from a live show we did one time.
Terrifying.
Officers arrested Kazarek in the driveway without incident. She faces charges of indecent exposure and
Is that a Venus flytrap?
Disorderly conduct. No. And she was released on her own recognizance. Let's see. Hundreds of people were evacuated from a Birmingham, England, New Street station after a security alert that turned out to be caused by a cannabis grinder. All services in and out of the station were suspended after reports of a suspicious package.
What's a cannabis grinder?
It grinds up marijuana.
Oh, okay.
So experts discovered the item found on a platform was actually a cannabis grinder in the shape of a grenade.
Oh, my
So it
God.
looked like a grenade.
Yeah, something that won't raise suspicion.
Commuters were allowed back in, but disruption is supposed to be lasting until, or did last until the end of the day. Birmingham New Street is the busiest station outside of London, and the security alert saw commuters turned away while others were left stuck on trains outside of the station.
In a grenade.
All right, then we will wrap it up with one more story. How about this one? A painting by abstract Dutch artist Piet Mondrian has been hanging upside down in various museums since it was first put on display 75 years ago.
You dumbasses.
An art historian has found out, but warned it could disintegrate if it was hung the right side up now. The 1941 picture, which is kind of stupid looking, I think. A complex interlacing lattice of red, yellow, black, and blue adhesive tapes.
Listen, buddy, no one cares.
It just looks like somebody...
That's crap.
That's it, Casey. See that?
Yeah. It's crap.
But anyhow, it's art. And it was called New York City 1. And
Doesn't even look like New York City.
First put on display at New York's MoMA in 1945, but has hung at the art collection of the German federal state of North Rhine-Westphalia in Dusseldorf since 1980.
The museum wants to profoundly apologize for hanging your stupid art the wrong way.
So apparently it's been upside down for 75 years. If you guys saw a picture of this, I think you would agree.
So
with
who complained? Who caught it?
Nobody complained, but somebody had noticed that there was another, like a recreation that was done of it, and it was hung in the proper
Statue
way.
of Liberty is upside down.
Yeah, so... the part of the problem is that unlike most of Mondrian's earlier works, New York City 1 does not bear the artist's signature, possibly because he hadn't deemed it finished. And despite of the evidence pointing to the work being currently displayed upside down, the work will be shown the way that it is hung for 75 years in the new Mondrian the new Mondrian Evolution show that opens in Dusseldorf on Saturday.
Maybe if you made it look like the stuff you said it was.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre.
I honestly can't believe you guys can't tell. I mean, look at that.
I mean, look at it.
It's like a photograph.
On second glance, it's
like a photograph.
You gotta look back. You know,
let me take a look.
Yeah, I mean, Steve, come on. That's New York.
Oh, I feel so stupid.
I mean, honestly, bunch of Philistines.
It looks like an incomplete subway map.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
You're right. All right, and with that, I'm going to give away another $25 gift card from our friends at Liberty Union Bar and Grill who have come by this morning. We'll give away this one to the Chester Springs location, which is where Brett Porsche is going to be tomorrow night. It is for the Thursday night kickoff. And stop by because you can score Eagles tickets, custom MMR Bud Light t-shirts, signed Eagles merchandise, all courtesy of our friends at Bud Light. And you can click events at WMMR.com for more details. Caller number 15. We will give you that $25 gift card. So give us a call right now. We're going to take a break. When we get back, Michael Imperioli.
Yes.
From The Sopranos, amongst many other things, will be joining us. There's an event coming up with cast of The Sopranos at the Keswick Theater on November 12th. So we'll talk to him when we return. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
So Tegan, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajic wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
But Preston,
wouldn't that?
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the bagel thing.
Yeah.
The Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Mark, we'd like to put you to work this morning.
Yes.
The greatest host of game shows I've ever met. No question. And so we need some callers on the line. And we are each here on the show going to play for a caller. You don't have to do anything. You just got to sit back and let the magic unfold and get ready to win some prizes as we play this.
Preston and Steve present Know the Show on WMMR. Kathy can't go to bed at night if there's anything on the floor. And Steve's got a bunch of Cub Scouts buried in the dirt behind his cellar door. Nick's effeminate. Marissa likes getting text messages with naked pictures attached. Casey boy squeezes pus out of his armpits, and Preston likes eating his own scabs.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have not done Know the Show in a long, long time.
Well, we usually refuse to do it unless Mark Summers can host it.
That is correct. And so the way this will work, the format is that Mark will have a statement that he'll say about each one of the members individually. He'll pick out a member and make a statement, and the rest of us try to answer a question that might be answered by that person. And each one of us, if we get it correct, we get a point. If we answer like-mindedly with the person that's being singled out.
A la the Newlywed game.
A la the it's the same thing, actually. In fact, this is the Newlywed theme music, I think, that we're playing.
We're ripping off everything we can.
Every bit. And if we'll have point totals, whoever has the most points, that person on the phone line who we are playing for is going to win a prize. If there's a tie, we'll give away a couple of prizes. That's the way it works. Mr. Mark Summers.
Thank you. No rehearsal, sight reading. Here we go. Radio legend Preston Elliott, or El Scabo, as the people of his native Honduras refer to him, is a man of many talents who enjoys a plethora of hobbies. If Preston were told he must give up one of his cherished hobbies on the spot and never, ever indulge in it again for the rest of his life, which of the following three would he select? Is it golf, drumming, or cooking? You have 15 seconds to write your answers down. All right, time is up. And we're going to start with Casey Boy. Which one would he give up and never be able to do for the rest of his life?
Wow. This one was really tough. You got to eat or you're going to die. I would say you got to listen to music or you're going to die. So I went with golf.
Casey says golf. Steve, your reply is?
No, I had to think about these as well because I know that he adores golf, and though he's had some issues with his shoulder, drumming, the music is everything to him. However, there are other people who can cook for him, so I said cooking.
Cooking. Two different answers. We move to Kathy.
I was the same as Casey. I said golf because I know that he has back and shoulder issues, and I think that would be the reason because it would hurt, and I don't think that he could give up drumming or cooking.
All right, so we have two golfs, and we have a cooking, and we're moving to Nick.
So I went with, because of the hearing issue, I thought that Preston would choose on a tactical situation to give up drumming for the rest of his life.
Interesting.
Yet another answer, and finally, Marissa.
I went with, I think most of the crowd went with, and I went with golf.
Golf, we have three golfs.
Wow.
Preston, what is the response?
If I were to have to give up one of them for the rest of my life, I'd have to go, I'm going to say, agree with Steve, I'd give up cooking. Somebody else can make that food for me. And even though I have shoulder and back problems, I still love the game of golf, and I'll never quit playing.
How's your putts?
It's good. Have a tug.
Yeah, here, grab the shaft and you tell me.
Nice balls.
Got a couple balls? All right, so
And they're moist.
Steve got the lone point on that one.
Who's keeping score?
Casey is.
And who's our person who's won?
Well, it's going to be a total.
after the
it's
whole
going to be a
game.
total
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
end.
All right.
So.
Question 2. While Preston is known as a man of the people who often spends his spare time dispensing free croutons to the homeless, he is amazingly occasionally uncomfortable while in a one-on-one situation. Which member of the Preston and Steve cast will Preston say he is least at ease with when he sees them away from the show? Oh, my.
Wait, you got to ask that again.
Okay. So, who is the person?
You can leave out the crouton part.
No.
In English.
In English.
Okay.
Preston is least at ease. He's the most uncomfortable with which one of you when you're away from the show? So if you go to a
I'm
party,
one-on-one situations.
Okay, and he knows all you guys for 100 years.
Yep.
If he came face to face at a barbecue, which one would he feel the most uncomfortable with? That is the question.
Who is he least at ease with away from the show?
You've got 15 seconds to answer this question.
I don't see Kathy writing. Chop, chop, chop.
Marissa, we'll start with you.
All right. I think Preston and Casey have a great bond. Preston and Steve, obviously the longest relationship here, plus Casey on top of that too. Kathy, you guys have the kids together. Nick, you guys have some bonds. I think it's me.
Really?
Yes, and we were out in London. Preston came to see me and my friends. He was there for like 30 seconds, and he was like, I gotta go.
Really?
So I guessed it was me.
Wow, yeah, and you're a little Miss Social Bug, so that's interesting. All right, Nick.
That's funny, Marissa, because I felt the same way about myself. And Preston's been with Steve for so long that I think you guys can talk.
Not in the biblical.
To each
sexual.
other about anything. They've done trips together with Casey, gone golfing and whatever. And then I just sort of defaulted to his relationships with Kathy and Marissa. So I'm going to refer to myself in the third person and say Nick.
And Marissa, I'm going to go over there to Casey next.
Yes, we all know that Preston and I share a nice bond with one another. We've had Valentine's dinners by ourselves. Yes.
You have.
We've spent a lot
Shared
of time
D-pics?
with hot tubs together and all that sort of stuff. So I definitely don't think that I'm the answer here. Steve and Preston have a long relationship. Nick and Preston definitely see eye to eye on a lot of things, pop culture wise and stuff like that. So I don't think it's Nick. Marissa, you had mentioned that it was you and your friends, but this question is about singularly and one-on-one. And I think you and Preston have actually hung out and had some good times together as well. One night in particular, after a singles mix or something like that, you guys went out for entirely too long of a time.
Pitcher's Pub.
Yeah.
That's right. I need to know more details.
So I had to go with Kathy on this one.
Wow. All right, we're going to go to Steve.
All right, now we have had a long relationship, Preston and I, and it's till death do us part. Love Preston dearly, and we have there's a certain relationship we have that I don't think anyone can define. I think, like Casey, you and Preston share more in common than do we, Preston and myself. So I think everyone here has something more than I have, at least in that level. And I think we sort of keep a lot of what we share
for the studio,
for the
right?
show.
Yeah.
And that's why I said me.
Yeah. But that makes sense. I get that. And finally, Kathy.
So, like everyone but Casey, they chose themselves,
Yes.
which is also what I did.
You did.
I thought it was me.
Isn't this telling?
What does this say about me? You guys all think I don't like you.
No. It's not about not liking.
I think it's like everyone else better.
Yeah. So tell me, Preston.
All right. I'm going to tell you with an explanation and a follow-up as well.
We don't have that much time, so...
The guys are off the hook because I am more uncomfortable with attractive women when I'm alone with them. So there's that. And
So what are you saying?
we have two beautiful women that work here, even though they're very, very good friends of mine. That doesn't change that fact.
Right.
And this person that I would feel, I'd have to say, God, it's not that I don't feel uncomfortable with any of you.
No,
but having to choose, having to pick one, there's one that I kind of seek approval from because she's so great at what she does and a perfectionist in this business, and it's Marissa.
Wow.
So it's important to me what she thinks of me, and so therefore I would be a little nervous. Now listen, about that night in London, I'll tell you what it was. I showed up, you had all your friends there, you didn't introduce me to any of your friends, and you didn't say who I was, and I was kind of mad about that.
Wow. The truth comes out.
Yeah.
If we're going to be totally honest, that's why I closed down.
And it nagged at him for months.
Till this
Marissa.
very moment.
Oh my God.
No.
How could you? How could you?
And waiting in the waiting room is a therapist to work with both of you.
I'm sorry,
Dr.
Preston.
Joyce Brothers.
I guess I didn't want to be like, hey guys, this is Preston.
But
you guys know Preston.
Your lack of decorum has won you the point. So there you go.
There you go. Nice job.
That's the point.
We're moving over to Steve Morrison right
We'll
now.
hug later.
All right. A little known fact about the enigma that is Steve Morrison is that his great-grandparents on his father's side lost their lives to Titanic, both having choked to death on Twizzlers during a matinee showing. With that in mind, if Steve was Rose from the movie Titanic floating on that door with room for only one member of the Preston and Steve show, who would he save?
Wow.
Man. All right. 15 seconds to write your answer down. That's hysterical.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was easy.
That was easy, huh?
That was easy?
I wrote it down right away.
Oh, I can't wait to get there. Okay, we're going to start with you, Kathy. Who is it?
Okay, so after today's conversation, if we were on the Titanic, we would have had to pack in suitcases or in a hotel room, a little tiny hotel room you have to share with somebody. We had no idea that this was going to go down. So he is going to save me for sure.
Oh.
Great reasoning.
Wow. I like the part about going down. Steve.
I'm last.
Steve.
He's last. Yes.
He goes last. So
That's right.
Yeah,
Nick, I'm sorry.
I'm going with basic math here, and Steve is going to need more room, so I'm going with the tiniest member of the Preston and Steve show, Marissa, so they can both fit on the door.
Wow. Okay, Marissa, we'll go to you.
Well, the true Steve Morrison would actually give up the door and let two other people
very
go.
93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Programming note, I said the wrong date. It's November 12th. So I said 21st. So flip the numbers, and you're good to go.
Yeah.
So, but we'll have your chance to win those tickets. And yes, our guest is on the line via Zoom, and he is going to be a part of this event at the Keswick Theater, November 12th. Please welcome Michael Imperioli. Today. Hey, Michael, good morning to you.
Good morning. How are you? Congratulations.
We're doing great. Thank you. Yeah, the things are wonderful in the city of Philadelphia. Everybody's in this bizarrely great mood today, man.
Yeah, well, you deserve it.
No, thanks, man. Hey, listen, I wanted to mention how impressed I am with the type of life that you lead. You live a very, from what I've seen on the surface anyhow, a very cool, arty, awesome life. Obviously, you're a phenomenal actor. You're a musician. You're a chef. And what I wasn't aware of was the meditation that you dive into as well. You're this very well-rounded guy.
Renaissance man.
Yeah, I think that's...
I'm not a chef by any means.
You're not a chef? You like to cook, though, don't you?
I could cook okay, but I'm definitely not a chef. I do play in a band, so that's true. But chef, I wouldn't.
All right, I take that part back. I'm just that much less impressed with you.
You're just whittling away.
If you saw me in the kitchen, you would be less impressed.
I have a feeling you're probably better than you're letting on, but you're very. I was reading an interview with you, and you sort of delineated between people were calling chefs artists, and you were saying they're craftsmen, and you kind of broke down how you feel about it. But you clearly derive joy from cooking, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think cooking's a great thing, and a great chef, is to be held in high esteem, no doubt.
All right, do the finer Italian restaurants offer unlimited breadsticks?
No. They usually don't even have breadsticks.
Hey, so with the event, in conversation with the Sopranos, Michael, what's it like? The series has been gone for a long time, but it's still a big part in the world of pop culture, and people still love it and tout it as one of the greatest television shows ever. Is it fun to still talk about it after all these years?
It's fun seeing how important the show is to fans, really. And, we do this all around the country. We've done it in Australia, actually. And I'm always amazed at how people really feel this show occupies a big place in their lives. Today, when they first saw it, a lot of people who come to our show saw it when it was first on the air, and they have memories of doing like soprano parties on Sunday with their family and friends and making pasta or ordering pizza, and they have fond memories of those times. And then people today seem to be discovering it who were too young back then, but it's really fun relating to the fans and just seeing their enthusiasm and getting to talk to them and answer their questions. And that's the fun of it for me.
It was listed. I forget who did what they were calling the definitive list of binged shows during the pandemic, and The Sopranos sat squarely in there. You have a whole bunch of new fans who had no idea of its original run.
No, that's totally true. And that's really wild. I noticed that happened right before the pandemic, maybe about a year before. It was 2019. I was shooting something here in New York in Central Park, and this 18-year-old kid from Scotland approached me and said, "I'm a big fan." He rolls up his pant leg, and there's a tattoo of me as Christopher on his leg.
Oh, wow.
On his calf. And I was like, what? First of all, you're 18, you're from Scotland, and you tattooed yourself. And he's like, no, I'm a big fan. And from then on, I realized, oh, wow, the younger generation is discovering this show and really, really, really liking it. I'm on Instagram, and I got this week a whole load of photos of mostly young people dressed as me and Adriana for Halloween.
Wow.
That's so cool.
Michael, I've watched the show 3 times from beginning to end. It's probably my favorite show of all time. And the first time I watched it was when it was airing originally. And there was these interesting spaces that took place in between the episodes and the seasons. There were long gaps. You would kind of forget what was going on. And then the third time that I watched it was during the pandemic. I watched it with my girlfriend who had never seen it before. So it was cool for me to revisit characters that I knew, to see you again. But I always maintained, in my mind anyway, that Tony was a real person, that Christopher was a real person. When I wasn't watching episodes of The Sopranos, I was wondering, what's Carmela getting at the grocery store today? The way that writing conveyed the characters to me, and then, of course, your performances, it just seemed like such a real show. And yes, it was mafia-based and mob-based, but it just seemed to me like the characters made that show so wonderful.
Yeah, and I think that especially people in the Northeast, the East Coast, people in, New York, New Jersey, Boston, Philly especially as well, who kind of understand those people, who have been around those people. I don't mean mafia. I mean like Italian Americans, middle class, working class, and kind of get it. It's even more, you think they're real people, and you look at them that way.
It's interesting because obviously you were in Goodfellas as well as a Spider, and you've had a couple of experiences with movies that do deal with the mafia and obviously the Sopranos. And you'll hear occasionally, going back to the Godfather, that occasionally the mob will become fans of these projects and will offer consulting advice. Have you, in your time, gotten a little bit of input, been critiqued by anyone associated with the mob?
I was offered some consultation. I was at Rayo's. I don't know if you know, Rayo's is a restaurant in East Harlem, New York, that you can't really go to. You kind of own a table. So like you have Monday night, and so it's, you know, and that's it. And if you give up your table that for Monday night, someone else can go. So it's a lot of celebrities. It's mob guys. It's judges. It's singers. You never know who's going to be there. It could be Billy Joel. It could be the head of the, you know, Colombo family or something.
Okay.
You never know who's going to be next to you. But I was there with Tony Sirico, rest his soul, and Vinny Pastore, and Tony knew the guy at the next table. He passed away. I think he was a captain in the Genovese family, and he came over to the table to say hello, and he goes, "Hey, and you, if you really, you know, you're kid, if you really want to know how to," and he motioned strangling someone with a piano wire.
Yeah.
If you really want to know how to do that, I can teach you.
Oh.
And I was like,
wow, okay.
I'm okay for now.
I'm waiting on my breadsticks.
We're going to order some coffee in a minute, and we'll talk. But
that's great.
That happened.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, listen, with obviously the event and The Sopranos going on, now I haven't had a chance to see it yet, but White Lotus is entering into its second season. Nick has been watching.
Yeah,
that.
I loved the first season, and Michael, it was incredible. And then I think only 2 characters coming back from the first season and the second, and then your character is visiting Sicily with his father, played by F. Murray Abraham, and then you bring your son along as well. Great show, beautiful setting for both seasons. Where do they shoot season 2 for White Lotus?
We were in Sicily for the first 2 months, 2 months plus actually. We were in Taormina, which is the East Coast, Mediterranean coast there, and then we traveled around a bit to Palermo and some other cities. But working in Sicily was a dream gig. And you know, speaking of what you said about people, you thinking you knew Tony, right? So on Instagram, people are watching White Lotus. They're going, "Great job, Tony would be proud." You know, like, what?
That's how. But that's I understand that. It just permeates. You know, I was surprised to learn, Michael, that the Gandolfini, James Gandolfini, you guys are just about 4 or 5 years apart in age.
Yeah, that's interesting because a lot of people always think. You know, they were like, was James like a mentor to you? Did you, you know, and it's like, no, James and I were much closer in age than Christopher and Tony were.
Right.
A lot further apart. We were just pals, you know. We were kind of, when we started at similar places in our career, both of us had done some good stuff. We had, you know, decent reputations. We weren't, you know, known by everybody, and then The Sopranos obviously changed everything, and he became, you know, a gigantic star. And he had just gotten married. I had already had a couple of kids. He had a kid right after we started, and we kind of, you know, we were buddies. I miss him terribly. He was a very good friend, and what a tremendous actor and a really great guy. We talk quite a bit about Jim. In the conversation show, we have some stories about him and about who he was, and some fun and some kind of touching ones.
Michael, I got to spend some time with Michael Gandolfini, who of course played young Tony in The Many Saints of Newark, and then Alessandra Nivola played your fictional father in that movie. It's a really interesting take on the Sopranos world. You know, it's a prequel that's a movie and not an extended TV series. What were your thoughts on it? Because I enjoyed it, but it's. Anybody that goes in to see that movie, it's different than the show, but it's different from the show by its very nature. It's a movie versus 6 seasons of a television program.
Yeah, I enjoyed it for the mythology, kind of like the origin stories of the characters, and just I thought it was very creative that way and reflective of its time because it takes place mostly in the 60s. I thought there were some great performances, but I really liked the way they delved into the history. You know, and some of the stuff that I didn't really even know about the characters, and that would reverberate into the actual series of The Sopranos. It was fun.
I wanted to ask you, because you've worked a number of times with Spike Lee, Clockers, Jungle Fever, Girl 6. Malcolm X. That is, to me, is a I know to many, a staggering masterpiece. Obviously, you work well together. Any particular memories from that set and you know, basically Denzel becoming Malcolm X and an incredible performance? Anything you remember specifically that jumps to mind?
I had a tiny bit in that one. I played a reporter interviewing him after his house gets firebombed. But I just remember being in the makeup trailer, and the chair next to me was empty. And then they were just, kind of combing my hair and putting makeup on. And then when I looked over again, he was in the chair. Like, he came in very quietly. And he wasn't Denzel at that point. Like, he was Malcolm X. Like, there was no chit-chat, like, hey, I saw you in this, or how's it, it was like he was way deep into that character, and it certainly translated to the screen, because what a performance that was. Yeah.
As an actor, have you found yourself in that zone before in some of the roles you've taken on?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to go, I mean, I don't keep that, 24/7 kind of thing,
Right.
nor do I, but yeah, you do get to that place when you're in something, especially something where you're working a lot, like every day or something, a job like that. But you should also find it in your relationships to other actors, Like, I mean, this didn't happen on purpose. Murray Abraham and I are now very good friends. I'm actually going to go celebrate his birthday on Friday with my wife. My wife was with me in Sicily, and the three of us spent a lot of time together. But you're working as father and son, and you kind of look to find those ways in and those parallels, and it turned into a really great friendship. But and I think that translates to the screen in this show.
Michael, while we have you on, I have to ask you about the Pine Barrens episode. It's ridiculously. It's so damn funny. When I watched it again, the way that you and Tony Sirico get lost in the woods in New Jersey, and there's all these miscommunications happening. I don't know if you've watched it in subsequent years, but it's, you see these shows and you think, oh, this is a drama, but damn, was that episode hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, people always talk about, like I did this show this year on Hulu called This Fool, which is a flat-out half-hour comedy, and people are like, do you like doing comedy? I'm like, to me, The Sopranos was as much as a comedy as anything. The miracle of the Pine Barrens was, well, we didn't shoot in the Pine Barrens because there was some kind of council person or local politician who wouldn't give us the permits because he said The Sopranos made Italians look bad. That guy wound up getting arrested on corruption charges. That's true. That's a true story.
Yeah.
Irony.
So we shot it in New York, upstate New York near West Point. It was not meant to be shot in the snow. So the few days before we were going up to shoot it, there was this blizzard, and they're like, we're going to have to postpone it. And someone said, wait a second. This could be gold.
Yeah.
It's even more of an alien landscape. They're even more fish out of water. They're not prepared for the snow. They're wearing Gucci loafers,
They're eating ketchup packets.
Yeah, I think that made it even better. That was just luck.
That's great.
If you're just tuning in, Michael Imperioli is going to be at Keswick Theater on November 12th for In Conversation with the Sopranos. Michael, Nick had mentioned, whether you had asked if you had seen an episode, that particular episode. And I was curious how often it does happen because you keep yourself wrapped up in many projects that you will watch the finished project because, you spend hours and hours on the set and doing your job. But obviously, there's hours and hours afterwards of work that has to be done in post. And I don't know if you eventually go back and do watch those episodes or films that you're in every time or just occasionally, or you might, just stumble upon it by accident. How does it usually work?
I need a lot of distance before I watch something, just because when it's fresh, like White Lotus was shot in the spring, basically. And I'm not ready to watch that just because I get too caught up in what I didn't do rather than what I did.
Yeah.
What I wished I did, what I should have done. I can't have any kind of objective enjoyment of it. So I kind of let it sit for a while when it's way too late to worry about it.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you as well because I'm a fan of Summer of Sam, and that's I think that's a very underrated movie, and you co-wrote the screenplay on that, correct?
I did. I co-wrote it with a guy named Victor Colicchio and Spike. Victor and I started that script, and then I brought it to Spike.
Wow.
to direct it. I wanted to direct it originally, and Spike was going to executive produce it, and we couldn't get a deal. I wasn't really ready to do something like that, and it died for a while. And then Spike said, "You know, I think I want to do this," and we were like, "Fantastic," but I just saw it again after a long time. A couple weeks ago, Spike teaches at NYU, and he brought myself and John Leguizamo in for the class, and they screened it. And in some ways, I think it's more. I think it resonates more now than it did when it came out. Because it's, you know, it's about a lot of things that are currently going on in our society, and I think and I'm not talking about serial killer. I'm just talking about, you know, fear and you know, xenophobia and you know, hatred and judgment and things. And I'm really proud of that one.
Do you know it's
a great movie
to me? Because I remember clearly being in New York when all that was going on, and to me it is one of those sort of pitch perfect snapshots where it's like, oh yeah, that's what it was like. That's what it was like. And it's kind of like looking through, no one would keep a scrapbook of Son of Sam, but it is that kind of experience.
Yeah, and there's never really been anything like that in New York since, thank God.
Yeah.
Because, you know, where the whole city is really in fear of maybe being the next victim of some, you know, serial killer.
I clearly remember.
That has not happened.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think it could really, you know, because you know, the way surveillance is different, there's cameras everywhere, so it would be a lot harder for that to happen, thank God. But man, was it if you lived through it, you know exactly what went on.
Absolutely.
And you did a cool way of weaving some pop culture in the punk movement, you know, with Adrian Brody's character and all that stuff.
Right.
It was that based on people you knew, or
it was a little bit based on some people that Victor knew. He's older than me, so I was only 11 during that summer, so I wasn't going to clubs or hanging, you know, or anything like that. But he was older, so he remembered really what was going on then. So yeah. So he lived in the Bronx. I lived in Mount Vernon, which was Berkowitz lived right, you know, 2 miles away from me.
Wow,
jeez. Some of that stuff happened very close to where we lived.
We're talking about the punk movement and your own musical taste. You're I know you're a fan of the Dolls, and you're kind of like an indie rock kind of fan, correct?
My band Zopa is an indie rock band who we played in Philly in August at Johnny Brenda's. Yeah, and we played in January. We played at Kung Fu Necktie, and I have to say, the Philly crowds, and I'm not saying this because I'm with you guys. It's really true. You ask my bandmates. The Philly crowds are the most fun, most enthusiastic. Really, just really get you going and energetic. And those two shows were highlights of. You know, we had a midwinter tour and we had a little midsummer tour, and those were highlights of the.
That's cool to hear. I mean, you got some accolades, if I'm remembering correctly. Rolling Stone gave you a nice nod as well, correct?
Yeah, we were on the best of 20. Our album La Dolce Vita was on the best of 2021 list, which was
that's pretty wild.
Very unexpected, but very welcomed.
with that, and have you had a chance to meet some of your musical heroes, or even better so, had a chance to jam with anybody of that level?
I don't know. You know, jamming on that level is a little weird. I did do a benefit last year for God's Love We Deliver in New York, and I got to play. There was like 30 musicians on stage, so there was a lot of guitars. Mine was probably, the sound engineer probably turned mine way down.
All the way down.
It was ZZ Top was on stage, as was Warren Haynes and some other like geniuses. But that was standing kind of 10 feet away from Billy Gibbons on stage was pretty wild.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And talking about The Sopranos, I mean, did you ever get to play with Little Steven, or were any Bruce influences or anything along those lines when you were filming The Sopranos?
We went to see Bruce. The Sopranos went to see Bruce in New Jersey, which seeing Bruce in New Jersey is an experience, and it's like, you know, I don't know, it's like seeing the Pope in Rome. Or
it's kind of where you need to see him.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing. And my uncle, who turned me on to Bruce when I was a kid, who was a lifelong Bruce fan, I took him, and he got to meet Bruce, which blew his mind.
Wow,
you know?
Man.
So that was cool.
Nice perks.
Is old Steven Van Zandt somebody you stay in touch with or run into from time to time?
Yeah, we all stay in touch together.
That's
you know,
great.
I mean, this show, and particularly the In Conversation here that we're coming to Philly with, is Steve Sharippa and myself. We did the podcast together, Sopranos podcast, and Vincent Pastore, who played Big Pussy. It's the three of us. But, you know, The Sopranos, a lot of us knew each other before The Sopranos. Like, I knew Vinny before. I knew John Ventimiglia, who played Artie Bucco. I knew Edie. I knew Tony Sirico. And so that success that we had together on that show even bonded us further like a family. So it still has that vibe, you know.
There's got to be a flow chart of all you guys, of all the movies that have tendrils to one another, where all of you connected, and it's got to be voluminous.
Yeah, because to be honest, you know, the Italian-American actor community in New York is not that big. So, you know, like I ran into Catherine Narducci the other day. She played Artie Bucco's wife, Charmaine.
Okay.
She's doing a new movie where she plays De Niro's wife again, because she played De Niro's wife in A Bronx Tale. She played Joe Pesci's wife in The Irishman. She played my wife in Witness to the Mob. She goes, I feel like I just get passed around from wise guy to wise guy.
You're a hell of a wife. Speaking of that, I have to say, because you're you know, Spider in Goodfellas, and you have a couple of scenes that are just, you know, amusing and super tense. And you're obviously you were at a younger point in your career. When you have Scorsese, De Niro, Pesci, and you have in that particular scene them turning their uncertainty and their rage at you, or specifically Joe Pesci, is it hard not to lose concentration? Because to me, that would seem a terrifying place, even though you're acting, to be at the end of that craziness.
Yeah, well, I had been doing film for a year at that point. I'd done 3 little parts in 3 movies. This was the 4th. Obviously, to me, it was it was like going from college baseball to, you know, the World Series.
Yeah.
Really, for me, for an Italian-American kid, actor from New York, that's how big it was. Scorsese and De Niro were like idols of mine. But oddly enough, I was less nervous on that than I was in the prior things, because Marty Scorsese made me feel like I belonged there. And he made me feel like I was an actor, and he gave me a lot of freedom. Most of what you see on screen was improvisation.
Wow.
Hardly anything in the script. We changed it every time. He trusted me to do that with those guys, and I'll never forget it. He was so generous and so kind and respectful, as were the actors, you know. At a time when I was very vulnerable and very green, and you know, I think it's a testament to why Marty's so great.
Did he specifically come to you and say some words like, "Look, you belong here. You're here for a reason," or did he do it, or is it more his actions?
Not kind of. You know, when I got there, I was in getting in the trailer, and he came over and he said, "That's my trailer. If you have any questions, you come over and talk to me." He said, you know, he couldn't have been nicer. You know, it's just a thing of made me feel like I was part of the company.
Oh, that's great.
As did the other actors, and you know, it was my first movie role was in a movie called Lean on Me.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you're one of the punk kids.
I had one line and it got cut because I was really nervous and really bad. And the director, John Alvinson, who did Rocky, directed the first Rocky, I think he was overwhelmed with like 1,000 high school kids in an auditorium, and just didn't have any patience for me, and it was a really bad experience. And Goodfellas was completely the opposite. You know?
It's an amazing thing. It is that moment in time. Obviously, sadly, Ray Liotta, passed, but you know what? It's weird to talk about this style or this genre of mafia films and television shows, Sopranos and everything. We're forever fascinated by it because I think it probably has Shakespearean elements to it, as The Sopranos does. You know, it's in many cases, as the original Godfather was sold to Paramount as a family story, and it just happened to be a mob family. Do you think that's the constant draw for audiences to this material?
You know, I can't help separate the fact that if you look at like the holy trinity of mobdom is The Godfather, Goodfellas, and Sopranos, right?
Yeah.
To me, those are the 3 monumental works. You can't separate the fact that you had some of the greatest artists working on that. Coppola, Scorsese, David Chase, Brando, De Niro, Pacino, Joe Pesci, Ray Liotta, James Gandolfini, Edie Falco. I don't think you can separate the fact, because believe me, there's a lot of crap mob stuff, some of which I've been in. So I think the fact that the material's rich, and then you had that list I just named of the great artists in television and film in our time.
Right.
Doesn't really get much better.
True.
I don't think you can separate those things.
No.
It opens it up to some fun comedy, too, because Analyze This is still, I think it could be one of the funnier mob takes.
It's pretty funny. When I got the script of The Sopranos, the pilot, Analyze This had just either come out or I had auditioned for it or something. And I was like, is this another spoof?
Yeah.
A mob guy in therapy? I wasn't sure what The Sopranos, because it's hard to tell from just the pilot script, because that's all you get when you audition for a series, where it was going to go.
Right.
You can't really tell from the pilot. Pilot was good, but you can't tell the scope of what it would be,
Speaking of therapy, something that clearly is therapeutic for you and was not aware of this being a big part of your life, Michael, is the meditation, and you even host virtual meditation classes. I was not familiar with that. If you could tell us about that, I'm intrigued.
I do. Yeah. So my wife and I became Buddhists in 2008. And part of Buddhist practice is meditation. And then when I got onto social media, it was right before the pandemic, and I would post a lot of stuff during the pandemic about Buddhism. So a lot of people would message me about meditation, especially during the pandemic when people were really stressed out and having a lot of anxiety and really, looking for something for help. And I would message people back. This is how you meditate. You do this, and it happened a lot. So I was like, maybe I should make a video for these people, and it turned into, I did an Instagram Live, which was an absolute disaster, because I'm technically, really bad. But a kid from Chicago said, "Do you need tech help?" And I gave him my phone number. He called me, and now he produces this free Zoom webinar, which I promote on Instagram, and people register and get an email, and they go on Zoom, and we have students in different countries. It's totally free. Everybody's welcome, and that started 2.5 years ago.
And how often do you do this?
Every Sunday, unless I'm traveling or the producer's working or something, but pretty consistently every Sunday.
It's got to be
people, honestly, believe it or not, some of the students have become Buddhists, which is not what we're trying. We're not trying to convert people. That's not what we do. But some people have. But some of them have been with us for 2 years.
I've attempted mindful meditation with guided with the app. I forgot the name of it because I bailed on it. But I had a hard time. What was it, Kath?
Is it Mindset?
No, Headspace. That was it. And I personally had a hard time making it happen. And I gave it a few weeks of trying it out. Is it just, did it come easy for you personally?
No, I don't think it comes easy for anybody.
Okay.
Everybody I talk to says the same thing, what you just said. I think it helps to have a teacher to kind of inspire you and bring you along the way. And I think that's what worked for me. Maybe that's why people have stuck with us for a couple of years, because they kind of like the way we approach it. But it is something that's, because the mind is very busy. The mind thinks, the mind races, the mind doesn't stop. It's got its own movie going on all the time.
Yeah.
And that's normal. And you have to kind of realize that and just, it's a process that, like anything else, learning to do anything else takes a while.
Is it helpful to have a teacher could instantly mobilize mob lieutenants to make you calm down?
I think that's part of our success.
Michael, I tried mindful meditation, with guided meditation, and the lady who was guiding me had a nose whistle, and it was hilarious. I mean, I was cracking up in the middle of this thing because every time she breathed in, I heard a...
But you were happy while doing it, right? Because it was funny.
I was really happy.
He's cracking up.
Yeah, things there's a lot that can distract you.
What time are the Sunday sessions? What time of day
Usually
do you do that?
10 o'clock Eastern.
Oh, that
sounds great. It sounds awesome.
Tune in from Indonesia and Israel, and believe it or not, a lot of different countries. It's pretty wild. Mostly Americans, but not exclusively.
It's got to be fulfilling to know that you help get, especially during the thick of it. You know, people are very kind and they'll say that our show provided a little bit of solace and comfort to get through all that. But to give people some tools that help them get through that has to be something that you really cherish.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's something that's meaningful to me, and if there's people that are interested and you have an opportunity to share that, I think it's important to do so. Yeah, without a doubt.
Well, speaking of sharing, there will be stories aplenty shared in conversation with The Sopranos, which is coming up at the Keswick Theater November 12th. And not only will Michael be there, but Vincent Pastore and Stephen Sharippa as well. So you can get those tickets through KeswickTheater.com. Michael, so great to talk to you, man. Thanks for taking this time today. And we're huge fans, and we appreciate all the entertainment through the years.
My pleasure. Thanks for letting me come on today.
Anytime. Thank you. Michael Imperioli, guys. Wow, very cool.
Very cool.
I was asking Casey if we had the spider clip handy, but we don't have that. We had a different one.
Which clip was it? When
he goes, hey, he said, I thought you to bring me to told me to bring you the drink, Spider.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, he's not. And eventually goes, go after yourself, Tommy.
Right, and that's when the wrong thing to say. Yeah.
Is that what it is?
I think that might be it.
Oh, yeah. All right, here we go.
You let this punk get away with that? What's the matter? What's the world coming to?
What the world is coming to? How do you like that? How's that, all right? What's the matter with you?
They were busting his balls.
Right.
That's the end of Spider.
And bye-bye, Spider.
And De Niro, who's kind of, what's the matter with you?
Yeah.
You shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. Instead of, oh my God.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you?
You're always like that.
Like he threw like a plate against the wall or something. Like, oh, come on, man.
He's more pissed they have to go and dig a hole.
Yeah.
Remember, he said, now we got to go dig a hole. You dig the effing hole.
I can't believe Spider got shot once in the foot, and then all he does is mouth off to Pesci once.
That's right. The other time, it was he was playing Hop Along.
Yeah, come on.
Come on, dance, Spider.
Pesci was such a jerk.
Is that the same room that when they're gonna when he thinks he's gonna be made?
That's a good question. I don't think so.
It looks a little bit like it.
No, that's like a garage somewhere. Isn't
Exactly.
it?
It's a little more suburban. This one that they're in is kind of like looks like in a club or something. But oh my God. Wow, we're watching the video of it right now.
So great.
Yeah, it is. Michael's super nice.
Super nice.
Yeah,
How about that?
was great to have him on.
Is that the first time we've ever had him on?
We might have had him on before.
Yeah, if he did.
The only other Buddhist we had on was Lisa Simpson.
A long time ago. But listen, we do have your chance to win tickets to that event at the Keswick Theater on the 12th, and it's part of our secret text words. We have actually 2 of those to give away. So text the word secret to 39333. And we'll send a word to you later on. We'll ask you to call when that word designated caller wins, and then we'll grab a random texter and we will give away the tickets to them as well. So let's take a break. Come back in a second. A reminder, our friends from Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs are here. We'll do some more giveaways with them as well because Brent will be there tomorrow night for the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff. Stay with us. We'll come back in a moment.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Who serves up the best?
Okay.
That's it.
Size matters. Okay, Preston.
Okay. This might be a little selfish, but without Preston, there ain't no Preston and Steve show. And we still have a future to think about after this horrible tragedy. Well, I'm saying me.
All right.
Yes.
Casey?
So I would think like right after everybody got rescued, Steve would go back to work the very next day, and it wouldn't sound good to have the Casey and Steve show or the Kathy and Steve or Nick and Steve or Marissa and Steve. It can only be Preston and Steve.
Yeah, Robert Preston's dead, so that wouldn't work. Okay. And finally, Steve.
All legitimate reasons, but I had to break it down on survival. Likeliest to survive in the situation. Both Kathy and Casey are swimmers. Casey has saved my life here in the studio, but they are both capable swimmers. Preston is very resourceful and could survive, I think. Nick as well. And for the person I think who would be in the most dire situation vis-a-vis their size and lack of insulation, Marissa.
Wow. Just because you guys would all be fine on your own.
Not to dismiss Nick's point of extra elbow room on the door.
Nick and Marissa.
Nick and Marissa both answer.
Yeah. All right, what's the point total so far, Case?
I think I have Marissa has 2, Nick has 1, Steve has 1.
All right.
Though if we were packing the way we do talk about, Kathy would have a certain edge.
Steve's love for the world of movies is exceeded only by his love of the world of porn. Disregarding the porn movies, what will Steve say is the one movie franchise he could not and would not live without? Oh. 15 seconds. Boy, you all seem to know this pretty darn quick. That's interesting. We are going to start with Marissa.
All right. There was an obvious answer, but I didn't go with that one because I'm guessing most of you guys went with it. So I'm just going with Batman.
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 Very nice.
Okay.
Casey, what did you say?
Oh, I went opposite because there have been so many. I know that you love Batman, but you want to have sex with James Bond.
James Bond. Preston.
Kind of the same thing. I know there's so much. Although Connery was his favorite, and Roger Moore did a whole lot of those movies, but I still think he's got a huge fascination with James Bond.
All right.
Yep.
Nick? Marissa, your answer made me think twice, but I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm going to go with James Bond as well.
All right.
Kathy?
I just said overall Marvel.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So Steve, the answer is...
James Bond.
there you go. Yes. What is your fascination with Bond?
Since Bond, my father took me to Dr. No when it came out when I was just super young, and there have been many movie franchises, consistent franchises that have influenced my life, but Bond has been, marathon after marathon after marathon has been just at the core of my life.
Favorite Bond
Batman
movie?
is my... Whoa. Okay, so the one that is the quintessential is probably considered Goldfinger.
Yeah.
So, my favorite Connery's my favorite Bond, followed by Daniel Craig, followed by...
Daniel Craig, really?
Right, followed by George Lazenby and Roger Moore. Roger Moore has 2 good Bonds, would be 3, Live and Let Die, For Your Eyes Only, and Spy Who Loved Me. And Timothy Dalton. They're all good. They're all good.
Yeah, all right. So where are we here now?
Casey.
Whoever you want to go to.
Casey.
All right.
We're going to do the list of show legends regarding Casey is long and in many cases embellished, including things such as him saying bubble scubosis instead of multiple sclerosis and being terrified of his home thermostat. This is the first time I'm reading this stuff.
I never said multiple scubosis.
That's it. It's what saying. It's a false legend.
Which embellished legend about Casey will he say he would love to have go away once and for all? 15 seconds. What embellished legend about Casey will he say he wants to go away and never brought up ever again?
I predict everybody is going to get this one. This is going to be a 5 for
find out about
5
this.
here.
We're going to start with Steve.
There's even in writing this question, I knew it might be a gimme, but we had to go with it just to give Casey the chance to dispel some rumors about himself, including bubbable scubosis and his thermostat. Ranch dressing.
What is it?
His love of ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing. Okay, very good. Kathy.
Yep. Love of ranch dressing on pizza, all ranch dressing. He loves it.
Nick?
Ranch dressing.
Oh, my, this is me. Marissa?
Because he didn't invent it, ranch dressing.
Preston.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's unanimous.
And we will go to the gentleman himself.
It's not my go-to, okay, guys? It's not my favorite dressing.
What is it about ranch dressing that you like?
It is actually pretty yummy with pizza.
Do you have the isolated audio of just you freaking out anywhere, Kay, so we could play it for Mark just so he has an idea?
I don't know. You know what?
We don't have to play the whole thing.
The crowd loves that idea, Preston.
See if wait, hang on a second. It's recording. All right.
Yeah, why did that happen?
Yeah, there was a moment on the show where we brought up the fact that Casey was dipping his pizza in ranch dressing.
Thank God it was a pizza.
And yes,
there was a question as to whether that was calorically wise.
Yeah, here we go.
Can I make a suggestion without being insulting?
Yes.
Try pizza without ranch dressing.
Listen, you a-holes. When was the last time you saw me with ranch dressing?
Okay, can I jump?
And by the way, I don't always eat pizza with ranch dressing. I didn't invent it. It is something that I tried like within the last year. All right?
Okay.
Drop the friggin' ranch dressing. Drop it.
I will say this. I have seen you eat pizza. last 6 or 7
We'll hear a
times
little bit more of this. Hang
without
on.
dressing.
Did you say 6 or 7 times?
Well, I have not seen him have dressing on his pizza in quite a while.
And it's not something I invented. It was like I tried it because I saw a girl with a nice frame. As a matter of fact, trying to like ranch dressing on your pizza. All right, I'll try it. And then I did it like 6 times. And next thing you know, I'm making ranch dressing pizza sandwiches or something. Shut up!
It's still just as funny.
Oh, my. I've never
all-time-
heard you so whacked.
Can I get a point for that easy question?
One of my all-time favorite moments on the show.
We need to move on. In many ways, Casey is sort of an ongoing lab experiment producing flatulence at an alarming rate. Who will Casey say is the one show member he takes the most joy farting in front of?
Oh, my
Joy?
God.
The most
Joy. And you don't end a sentence with a preposition, by the way. But who does he enjoy farting in front of the most? Gee whiz.
All right.
Got
I'm
it
in.
down there?
I'm
You're
good.
in? Everybody's in? We're going to start with you, Preston.
Now, initially I was going to say me, but I don't think that happens anymore because I'm disgusted by it. It bugs me, and he will do it sometimes in front of guests that we have in here. Oh yeah, out loud.
It's the
and I'm
ranch
like,
dressing.
dude, come on, stop it. And oh my God, Mark, some of them are just deadly. But I think he gets a kick out of actually doing it in front of Kathy more than anybody else. I think he finds that funny, but that's my guess.
Marissa.
That was my initial guess, Preston, was Kathy, but I thought he actually, like, deep down gets embarrassed to do it in front of Kathy. He knows I get mad at him when it happens on his way into the studio, so I figured the only person that might giggle at it was Preston.
Okay.
Okay. Nick.
I think because it pisses her off so much that he's going to go with Kathy.
And Kathy.
It's so disgusting. It's so awful. Yes, he does do it when there's guests in the studio.
doesn't.
It's the worst smelling thing ever. It's awful. It's so stupid. It's childish. I hate every second of it. But I think that he gets a kick out of Preston's response at how angry it makes me. So I went with Preston.
Oh, there's an interesting look at it. Steve?
I'm going to echo Kathy's sentiment and say Preston. Yeah.
All right, Casey.
I will have to say, because he's not an official member of the show, but an honorable mention goes to Chuck. I mean, if he were going to be a part of this, I would say Chuck D'Amico, because Chuck...
He laughs at you.
He loves this. He says that my farts have personality, and they do. But I absolutely love farting in front of Preston.
I would have thought Kathy.
Yeah, no.
Kathy.
Even like when he gets mad, like when they're like silent ones, sometimes I sit there and I just wait for him to smell it.
Well, I'll just
sit next to each other.
So Mark will be sitting here, and I'll see Preston start to go.
Sometimes, I have Lysol back here.
Oh, my.
And Preston will just be in the middle of talking, and there'll just be a little...
Just hear that. Oh, my God. I'm learning more about this show.
I really do go into like other rooms. If we have guests in the studio...
You've gotten better.
Yeah.
You've gotten better. What are the totals on the points
I can't remember who answered Preston on that one.
Steve did.
I did.
And Kathy and
me.
Marissa.
Kathy.
Yes.
All right, so Marissa's now in the lead.
4.
With 4. Steve's got 3, Kathy's got 3, Nick's got 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kathy is our next subject.
All right.
It's not a stretch of the imagination to say that if Kathy Romano had written the musical Rent, we would not be singing Seasons of Love and instead would be singing Seasons of Activities.
Yes.
Fall, winter, spring, or summer, which season will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities?
Oh.
I got it.
That's a great question.
Yep. Will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities? Is it winter, spring, summer, or fall?
Okay.
And we're going to start with Steve.
This is sort of a tough one, but I know that Kathy and I share a lot of the similar loves of the various holidays. And now while Christmas is a
Why
money...
you should have saved me on that ship.
Christmas is a money shot. I think, though, the stuff that happens around fall, between Thanksgiving and Halloween...
Oh, all that stuff.
Yeah, all
Okay,
that
got it.
stuff, and all of the access to it is
And with an
something-
8-year-old, you're busy doing. Yeah, I got it.
Right.
Okay,
And
Nick?
all that stuff.
Yeah, I think just because I think it's your favorite time of year, that you love the season itself, that I went with fall as well.
Ah.
Fall activities.
Marissa?
Because they're so universal, they happen inside and outside, and I'm pretty sure it was your very first list. I'm guessing that. I went fall.
Fall activities.
Preston?
I'll just hit this. Yes.
And Casey?
I'll just hit this.
Fall activities.
And we'll go to Kathy and find out that the answer is...
So although summer is my favorite time of year, I get depressed when summer is over, and the way I get over my depression is through fall activities.
Everybody wins on that one. Wow, that's good.
Cool.
On the second question about Kathy on the Preston and Steve Show, Kathy is often playfully painted as a somewhat asexual being who thinks foreplay is laying down a protective tarp. Remind me to tell you Dr. Ruth's story a little bit later. That said, what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship? While we're looking for a closet in weeks.
Marissa and I are going to differ.
This is Kathy. We will allow your answer to be in years.
So we're looking for weeks.
Yeah.
Weeks?
The closest in weeks. Yeah, we're looking for closest in weeks. This is Kathy.
Hold on, I need a calculator.
Well, yeah.
So
what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship?
All right.
All right. People are writing their answers down. You're in? Well, I don't think so. Casey.
Okay. This is a really, really tough one. I don't think you're as prudish as one would think. But like first date, 1 week, no. 2 week, no. 3 weeks, no. 4 weeks, I think is a nice, safe assumption.
All right, Casey says
about
4
a
weeks.
month.
About a month. Marissa.
I said that Kathy would approve of holding hands after 3 months.
Whoa.
Wow.
12 weeks.
Oh, Preston.
I think she's more of a slut than we believe she is. And I'd say Kathy would be cool. That maybe not for herself, but if she were to give advice, I'd say 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That's a short one, yeah.
All right. Steve?
I agreed with Casey, and I think 4 weeks seems about right.
Okay. Nick?
First of all, I can't wait to hear that Dr. Ruth story. And then, second of all, I went with 3 weeks.
All right. It's all over the board.
Wow.
Kathy, are you a prude?
Okay, so I'm going to go initially with when I read this question, what my answer was going to be. And the question is going from one relationship to the next, how long you should wait in between, correct?
Yes.
Oh!
Oh, I thought it was after the first date.
After the
how long
first
to have sex?
Getting intimate, yeah.
date before getting intimate with someone.
Okay, so you meet somebody, how long will it take before you...
Right.
Yeah,
as they used to say, make whoopee.
Oh, all right. Okay. So from the first date. All right, then I need to rethink this because if it was from one relationship to another, I was going to say 24 weeks, 6 months.
Okay.
But I'm going to say, after the first date, and I forget what everybody said, but I'm going to say 4 weeks.
Wow.
All right, so point each.
All right, Steve, you are now tied with Marissa at 5.
All right.
I have 3. Kathy has 3. Preston has 3. And Nick has 4 going into the... Oh, Nick, you are stuck with 4.
I'm done.
You're done.
That's right, because Nick is going to... Wait,
we have Marissa as well.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so there's still a chance for everybody.
We'll do Nick. A penny saved is a penny earned is more than just a maxim. It's also what you whisper in Nick's ear to make him horny. And while we kid Nick about his frugal way of life, who will he say is the next cheapest person on the show? So Nick being the cheapest, who would be the next cheapest human on the show?
Who
15
will Nick
seconds.
Say? Yes.
Yeah, Nick will say this person is the next
got this
cheapest.
one.
You got this one?
Yeah,
we'll start with you then, Preston.
I think that that somebody who knows a good bargain and is the queen of returns would absolutely look, and she looks for coupons all the time. She looks for special deals. It's got to be Kathy.
Got to be Kathy.
Got to be Kathy.
My wife's the same way.
Yep.
All right, Casey.
When you said Queen of Returns, I was so relieved that you didn't say me. But I was thinking the same exact thing. She never pays for shipping. Yeah, so Kathy Romano. No doubt.
Okay. Marissa?
I actually think that Casey's family is just, I think your wife is the same, and I think your family, and I think it bleeds onto you a little bit. So I'd say Casey.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, in a good way. All great ways.
Kathy?
Oh, okay. So I did not think of 93.3 WMMR.
I was just made aware that today is National Traffic Reporters Day.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
I only knew because Bill said happy traffic reporter day.
Oh, he came by and wished you a happy Traffic Reporter Day?
He did. He sent me a text.
By the way, what do you consider your job title here?
I say I'm an on-air personality because I do traffic, news, sports, but there's a whole, there's 4 other hours of
That's like
content.
a little part of the show.
Yeah.
Only our earliest listeners hear you do the news and the traffic. Obviously, they hear it throughout the day. And you're personality. I think it's done.
Yeah, I think in like wording in my contract it says co-host, but technically I think Steve is the co-host, right? I think
we're
you're
both co-hosts. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm the chaplain.
So I used it for a little while, and then I was like, I don't think this is right, because people would go, well, who are you, Preston or Steve? And I'm like, okay, we can't do that. We can't. So I think on-air personality is probably
Should
best.
we use military ranks, you think?
Yeah, I think we should. I would like to be a lieutenant.
Lieutenant Romano.
Yeah, if I
I'm
could do
higher
that.
than that. Be like a captain or something like that.
Yeah, you're the captain of traffic. Captain Traffic.
You could be the captain. I'll be the lieutenant.
Casey, what do you want to be, like a colonel or? You'd be ranked way up there. Steve and I are generals, I guess.
You guys are general. I don't know military ranks.
All right.
You don't know military rank?
Can I be a tank?
Yeah, you can be a tank. Sure.
I want to be a fire truck.
Imagine at that.
That'd be a choo-choo train.
Yeah, I would be a choo-choo.
Yeah, so you want to be in the military, son? Yeah, I want to be a tank. Okay.
All right. I'll be a seaman.
You want to join the law enforcement? Yeah, I want to be a police car.
Kathy, I hate to crap on your parade here.
Oh, no.
What?
It's National Traffic Directors Day.
Oh, wait,
Like
hold
the
on.
people that stand in the road and do that?
No, the people in radio that like work in continuity.
Oh, so like Kim Sklar?
Kim Sklar. It's
And
her day.
JoJo?
Yeah.
For those who don't know,
Yeah.
those are the people that schedule the commercials.
Yeah.
Stolen valor.
Your favorite people.
Maybe it's both,
Stolen
Kath, but National Traffic Directors Day is observed to honor the work of broadcast traffic professionals on November 2nd for the people that work in the business
Kathy,
office.
shame on you.
How do you, but you said who work in, how do you know it's that portion of it?
Because I'm reading this article on nationaldaystoday.com, and it's listen.
Right, I know, but you didn't. Nothing you said would indicate that it's the traffic department.
Traffic directors. And
it says here the day commemorates the comprehensive efforts of thousands of professional traffic directors in broadcast media for maintaining schedules and
Okay, there you
programs
go.
efficiently.
Okay.
And by the way, it says, how can we observe National Traffic Directors Day?
I don't know.
Thank a traffic director.
Oh.
Thanks, Kim.
If you know any traffic directors in your family or locally, take a moment to thank them and appreciate them.
Is my mother a traffic director?
You also may thank them by writing a thank you email or via a phone call.
Dear traffic director, thank you for scheduling all the traffic on my favorite station.
And it's also,
so-
you can also do some food shopping or get some movie coupons for it.
Wait, what?
Dear traffic director, please find enclosed a pound of bacon.
Steve, they also suggest a small lunch or a dinner treat.
A dinner treat.
Ooh. All right. I brought you a roll.
I ate some.
That's me there.
Oh my God!
It's interesting that with that level of specificity, is there a day for radio station mailroom directors?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, I just looked it up on days of the year, and they're
These
saying
are the days of the
no, they're saying it's everybody. It's whether it's broadcast or
So it's you as well?
or otherwise. That's what this
Wow,
says.
someone's
And
really
don't
looking
blame
to
me.
suck
Bill-
up some glory here.
No, Bill's the one that
He did.
congratulated
He
you.
misled
So-
you.
Okay.
Bill's
Or
the one
thanked me.
responsible for stolen valor.
Hey, this is completely off topic of this. I just wanted to wish you a happy Traffic Director Day, National
Tell Kim
Traffic
we
Director Day. And then we have a guest. We have a last second guest we're going to welcome in here in just a second.
Is that right?
But I had a question for you guys because with we don't have to worry about this year, but I was curious about it, meaning the World Series.
Sure.
And I forgot what year this was, but do you guys remember? It might have been 2008. I'm not sure, but or it may have just been in the playoffs when it was really cold in October.
Yes.
And the Phillies had those flap hats.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you remember those?
Yeah.
where the flaps would come down the side and keep
They
your
call them
ears warm.
Floyd R. Turbo hats.
I think they were,
The Fanatic
weren't they
ones?
called FUD hats?
No,
No, they weren't a Fanatic hat. It was like
Not
a
the Fanatic?
baseball
Okay.
hat. It was a straight up Phil's red hat. Because I have one. I probably have it buried
It's
somewhere
got
below.
like wool, like
Yeah.
it was red.
They're called Dickfurs.
Yeah.
No, they weren't Dick
Well,
Furs.
what's the difference?
No, but they were great.
Yeah.
And they really worked. I mean, like they kept your ears warm, and it was cold.
You're
out.
talking about the flaps that come down over your ears.
Yeah.
So kids used to wear those all the time, and then they went away. I think the perception was they look too goofy. I think they're great.
No,
Yeah.
this was
Yeah.
doesn't look quite. This isn't exactly the same.
No,
We're
that
looking at a
looks like
picture
a
of it.
baseball cap with flaps.
Yeah, that just came down like this.
Yeah, I still have it. It's
Call up
somewhere.
a picture of Floyd R. Turbo, Carson.
No, I know who that is.
Yeah.
I know who that is. This is different from that. It doesn't have all the fur on it and all that.
Okay.
This is just literally, it's just like that same kind of material that Casey's wearing a Phil's hat right now.
All right.
Okay.
That same material that came down just around the ears, and they sold them at the
those
ballpark.
ones.
You remember
okay.
that?
Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about.
I was thinking about that because leading up to this last week, I'm like, wow, I wonder if we're going to hit a cold spell. No, it's the opposite. It's absolutely fan-freaking-tastic.
You
And
can
I'm
dress
curious
as slutty as you want.
where you can still get those hats. But I have one somewhere because I remember how at the time they seemed kind of ingenious, but I don't know. It's just
You know, we
reminiscent about that
we
my
still
whole
are in
life.
constant awe of the Phillies of their underwear that they sell. And
I
that's
still have mine.
Yeah.
When do you think Brazier gave us those? 5
years ago.
6, 7
Yeah.
years ago?
It's the most
have-
comfortable
they have-
underwear I've ever worn in
They
my
have
life.
not worn out at all.
they
Not a
don't sell them
single
anymore,
hole
right?
in them. I don't know.
I don't think
No,
they
I
do.
think no, really.
At the store?
Dude, that New Era store is so big.
I
I
don't
would
know.
have a hard time believing that they don't sell.
I didn't. I was just
Underwear.
there. I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
see them,
okay.
but
Is
it
that
was
where you go
also
for your
crowded.
underwears? No, honestly, Preston's right. The most comfortable underwear I've ever worn in my life.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, so we have a last second guest. We're going to
Yeah, you want to bring him in? Yeah.
Yeah. Why not bring him in here
Yeah.
for just a second or
Do it.
two? I got a text message, which is weird because it came in the form of an email. And he said, "Hey, dude, I'm down the hall." He was hanging out with John DeBella.
Yes.
Paul Mercurio is here this morning. Hey, dude.
Been a long time.
Sorry to invade your morning.
Nah, it's all good. We're just hanging
been
out.
ages, man. How you guys doing?
Wonderful. How are you?
I'm good. I just came down with to do John's show for the morning. And,
Yes. He's been having guest sidekicks all week long.
Yeah. And I'm like, how can I annoy John? And, so I came down and I just no pants for the whole time. And
How many years has it been since we've actually? Obviously, we lost a couple of years recently.
Probably
but
COVID, yeah.
probably been
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
Because then I got COVID really bad, like 2020. You know, like I got like before it was like
All
They
the
had like
rage.
good treatments and stuff
Yeah,
like
before it was
that.
easy.
but you know, like when they didn't know what was going on.
Oh,
and,
no.
like, and then you go in. I remember going into the doctor. I'm like, I go, and she literally had like a clipboard. It's like, so what's going on? I go, well, I'm tired all the time. Yes, we've heard that. And you know, I lost my taste of smell. Yeah, we heard that. And you know, and you could say anything because it was plausible. Like every Friday, frogs crawl out of my ass. Yes, we heard that.
Right.
Are they red or are they green? I'm like, oh. And,
Sure. You were defining the disease.
it's like, they're figuring it out. And when we were living in New York, we still
Right.
do, and that was the weirdest thing of all because the whole city shut down.
Right.
And you don't realize how much you're used to the noise and the hectic stuff when it's gone.
Yeah.
And
did you watch Morning Show at all?
a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, there is a scene where because it does use the pandemic as basically a backdrop, and there is a scene in the beginning, I think, of the second season where I'm like, how did they shoot this scene? Because it was just stark, barren New York City streets. I'm like, oh, this is real.
That was it. And you were basically going out, you were going to the market, you had a mask on, and the markets there tend to be smaller, right? And you're, you know, or bodegas where you got to buy stuff and wait for the shooting to finish. And then you go home, and my wife's like, I'm freaking out. We got to get out of the city. So, we got family up in Rhode Island and Connecticut. We went up there. But my point is that city got so quiet, and it was so uncomfortable. To the point where I'm like, I can't deal with this anymore. Just so I could feel normal, I went out and I bought a jackhammer and I just started jackhammering around the city.
Yeah,
It's just 5 a.m.
You know what?
Just outside your house for no reason.
I
at all.
will guarantee you that directors or anyone who had access to equipment shot as much stock footage of the emptiness as they possibly could get.
The only other time it was like that is when there's a massive snowstorm and the city shuts down. And same, I'm sure, with Philly. It's beautiful, actually.
Yeah.
It was probably like the 1800s. Like, it's quiet. People are, snow
Yellow
skiing.
fever.
Yeah, yellow fever. There's still murders, but the blood and the red. The red and the white. It's like Christmassy. And,
it's actually lovely.
It's a very festive.
There are a few elements of it that I kind of miss, just a little bit. It was hectic and weird and awful, but like there were a stretch in April there in 2020 where like everything kind of shut down. It really did get quiet. There were no cars on the road. Listen,
and people were sort of human, nice to each other.
There was a lot of kindness at that moment.
I mean,
that stayed all the way through.
I know. But it's like the whole, whether it's sort of, the crime or just the indifference. I mean, now in the city, it's like you're just walking down the street, you're on your front. Oh, there's a guy with no pants sitting on a goat. Okay, yeah, and you just keep walking, right? Like nothing phases you. But then I knew the city was coming back. This is totally true. There was these two cab drivers getting a fight over a parking spot. So they get out of and they have their masks on, and they get on and they square off with each other, right?
Yeah.
And they start fighting, and they start swinging,
right.
And they get really close to each other. And then I think one of them realizes, "Ooh, I'm supposed to social distance," so he backs up, but he wants to keep fighting, so he's like swinging his arms. So he'd run back, and he'd swing his arms and run up, and run back, and run up. And it was like watching 3 4-year-olds fight. It was adorable,
like Rock'em Sock'em Robo.
It was like, exactly.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, but anyway, I don't want to cut it on yourself. I just came by to say
good
hi.
to see you, man.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Just hanging with you guys, and always the invitation to come up to see a late show taping.
Thank you. But how's everything going with that?
Steven's drinking a lot. I went out on the air, are we?
No,
it's my wife's favorite. That's who she goes to bed to every single night. No lie.
To Paul?
Yes.
No, yeah,
that's what I was hoping.
I mean,
she wasn't supposed to tell anybody. In all seriousness, you got my number, man. Come up. You could come up and you could be back in your house. We get done by 7. We tape at 5:30. We're done by 7. And you'll be home by 10. And by the way, the guests. I did learn this working on a show. They will tase you if you touch Taylor Swift's ass. Yeah.
Okay.
Just so you know. It wasn't like it was just a little, a brush up.
Well, she had that one incident with the DJ. Remember that? The guy, he said his hand was appropriately.
Yes.
He was taking a picture after some station show.
Right.
And she felt that he might have been going in for a little bit more.
Well, you know what got him in trouble? He had a rubber glove on that hand. So.
That's the indicator. That's the indicator.
Just like but yeah, the show's going well. It's we're like Thursday's going to be cool. We have Bono on Thursday.
Very nice.
And I know that, and I should know that. Like other people know the show better than I do because I asked for 2 tickets for a friend. And I said, they're sold out. I go, and they go, oh, yeah, you're probably sold out because Bono's on it. I'm like, oh, yeah, I didn't know Bono was.
Thanks for telling me my show.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's going great. And I just did another appearance on it, about a week ago. So I did stand up on it.
Love
and I sat at the desk with Steven, and we didn't talk. I just vacuumed.
Listen, he has his things.
You know what I mean? He needs stuff done, and I'm his fluffer. So anyway, things are great. But anyway, I always want to say hi.
Dude,
let you guys do your thing.
Great to see you.
Great
Thanks
to
for
see
reaching
you.
out.
And
Absolutely.
please reach out if you guys want to come say hi in New York.
Paul Mercurio,
Take
guys.
care.
Good to see you.
Late show. That is awesome. And
Take that sandwich.
yeah, please.
That never happens. A guest never says, "All right, I got to go. We'll see you later."
No, that's the cool way to do it.
I agree.
Anything except this fire extinguisher.
The jerk.
That's all I need.
And his chair is taking everything. All right. See you later, man. Do you remember, Steven, it happened on I think it was Carson, and it was Steve Martin was on there. He's like, I got to go.
Yeah.
I have to leave. Thank you. Because sometimes their guests couldn't stay for the whole show.
That became the thing, the Vogue thing. I was like, listen, I'm an award show. I got to get going. I just stop by.
Because Carson would panel.
Right.
Everybody would stay out there.
Yeah.
And so Steve Martin leaves, and then they continue on with the show, and then all of a sudden, like 3 or 5, like enough time had passed where you forgot Steve Martin left. And then he comes back out, and he's crying.
Yeah,
he's like, I don't really have to leave. I just thought it would be kind of cool to do that, and now I feel terrible. And,
Johnny's going,
God.
Well, it's okay.
It was so funny. Just absolutely hilarious. I want to go back to something about the game. and any of the games this week.
The baseball games?
The baseball games. Steve sent me this article, which was something I had not thought about. And well, actually, I did think about it, but I didn't consider the kind of sort of consequences. If you're going to the game or went to the game last night, all of the tickets are digital. I would like to have had a ticket stub to keep from the game, the World Series game. I got lucky enough to go to a Stanley Cup game. I have that ticket stub.
Take a screenshot.
That's what they're saying you do of your digital ticket is take a screenshot of that. To quote Chuck D'Amico, not the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, I got good news for you. You can buy a program for $45.
right.
$45. Man,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Rochelle is a program buyer. We go to, The Incredibles on Ice, and we've got to buy a program to that.
Why?
Exactly. And they're expensive.
They're on ice.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are, you brought that up and you're sort of giving her a hard time. You don't need it. I agree. You don't need the program, but I also think you do not need the ticket. Like the ticket collection is just, no.
There are people who do those displays of those tickets.
Sure. But how many of those people?
Yeah.
There are not many. Most of them are in a stack and you don't even know what you have.
No, you're right. But like there are people out there though that like Marissa, for instance. She has like every ticket stuff from everything that she's ever. And when I
I'd
look
love
at
to go in there and throw them all out.
I know, but listen. I've never been to her apartment, so I don't know if
So
it's like
you say.
but I don't know if it's taking up space or if it's in like a nice little shadow. I don't know. But when I hear that stuff, I'm like, man, I would love to have.
I have a bunch of them.
Yeah.
When I went to the U2 Joshua Tree 30 years later, I brought my original ticket stub from 1987 when I went to that show. It was kind of a life-changing show for me. It was one of my in my top 3 concerts of all time, and I'm glad I still have that thing. I thought it was cool, and plus you see how the difference in prices. Oh my God!
What about the Super Bowl tickets are very collectible. Remember they put the hologram on it. And all
I
that
think
stuff?
for a Super Bowl they might have that. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But Kath, I went to my first Fish concert on December 15th, 1995. I didn't know back then what a huge part of my life that band would become. Right, so. It wasn't until like last year I was like, man, I wish I had that ticket. I wish I hung on to that one ticket because that was the very, very first show I went to. And actually, a friend of mine, you know this guy as well. His name's Brian Martinelli. He had a ticket from that show.
Oh, right.
And he gave it to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so now I have that framed. It's not
it's still
my
a big
ticket.
part of your life without the ticket.
I know.
Wait, do you see what's up on the screen here, Preston? Is actually an Etsy account that you can customize a World Series ticket. So you can put your... No, I know, but you can put... No, it's not fake. You can have it made. You put your seat number in there. And so if you wanted something printed...
I'm with you. It's not fake. It's not the same thing.
It's like,
as a non-collector might think that, but,
Hey,
us-
look at me.
Well,
I'm
but they're not-
photoshopped into Woodstock next to Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
No, but I'm just saying, if you wanted it, that you could have one printed out. I get that it's not from the actual game.
It's a lie. You live in a lie.
I mean, I don't know why you would waste your money on it. It takes up space.
Give me some
and it
music,
collects
Casey. Phil Weston, Man About Town, is here.
I have some very profound thoughts about paper tickets.
All right.
Okay.
Because when you look at that ticket on paper and it's torn in half or whatever, you think about, I had that in my pocket. I was standing in the seat. It's just a more tangible way to take you back to that place. It has the date that occurred. And I've saved almost every concert ticket I've ever gone to.
Really? So do you just display them, or is, to Kathy's point, are they just all in a drawer somewhere not being looked at?
Online, I found these albums that were ticket stub albums, whatever, and I had like 3 of them filled. And I
See, 3 albums of tickets. It takes up so much space.
Shut up! I only look at them.
It does!
I was looking at one, and it was like,
There's
I don't
no room
even
for
remember
succulents.
going to that show. It was In Excess opening for Roxy Music in Toronto. I'm going, I don't remember that show, but it's torn in half. I obviously was there.
It makes you feel good.
But there's something about, I think, rather than 10,000 digital images on your phone or on your computer
That you never look at.
that you have a curio. If that's the,
I hope you never
I
leave
was
one of
giving
those.
an option for you guys. I wouldn't take a
Wait,
screenshot.
but Kathy, just to play devil's advocate for a second, didn't you get like this giant frame done from 2008?
Nick, Nick,
and 2008
What?
5B, and
You
The tickets are framed
and the
in
ticket
there.
is in there, and 2008 5B framed. It's a beautiful frame, and it's a memento.
that we learned Kathy was a full-blown liar.
Well, as I was saying this, I'm like, I have those tickets framed in my house.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal, which is funny. I can't tell you how many people said to me, I can't believe Kathy was standing up for $45,000 for tickets to the world's, because that's not like you.
But that's the experience too. You know,
Right.
listen, I'm not really. I don't feel that strongly about it. I don't have many of them. I think the only ticket I have from anything, actually, I know the only ticket is the World Series ticket from 2008.
So you did what do they call it, like a memory box or a
shadow box?
It's a frame. It's the ticket. I forget.
Would you do the same thing if you just had it printed up from something? Like what you were talking about, like the
here's
Etsy
my
thing?
false lie ticket.
Yeah.
Well, it also included pictures that were taken that day, and I forget what they gave out there. Whatever it was, whatever
it a towel?
The memorabilia is. There's like a piece of whatever, if it was the rally towel or something like that, and then also Preston, there was the program also.
It's very it's very sentimental.
So the Phils do offer. They offer traditional printed tickets or digital passes during the regular season games, but for postseason, it's 100% digital. Deborah Rinaldi, who is a Philly spokesperson, said that it's a sign of the times. Digital tickets are used in most major sporting events for convenience and security. The technology makes it harder to create dupes. Now, as a Phillies guest service team member said they hadn't heard negative feedback about the digital tickets yet. Still, if you're looking for a physical memento without having to wait in a souvenir shop line, there are some options. First-time Citizens Bank attendees who are 14 or younger can request a certificate from guest services.
Can I have a certificate, please?
And for a more creative workaround, you can make your own non-functioning
It's a
ticket
lie.
stub, as Kathy
So
had
you have to
said.
be a
but-
kid to get the certificate.
I have a certificate from Ben's first game. I used probably one. Preston, my dad gave me $20 in cash last night. Asked me to get him peanuts and a beer, and I could not find any stands that took cash.
I was going to say, was that enough?
No, well, it was enough. Yeah, fortunately. But yeah, Steve, digital tickets to pay for parking, you couldn't use cash. I think there are a few stands that accept cash, but for me, last night, cash was useless.
Hey, what about the vendors, the guys walking around?
That I don't know, because I didn't buy like going up and down
I'm
the
curious
aisles.
if they take credit
Oh,
cards
they
or
do.
not. They
No,
do.
they
Oh, they
do.
definitely
They only take gold.
No, they definitely take credit cards. They probably take cash.
Steve, they actually bite it.
Yeah.
Make sure it's legit. Yeah.
And what do you do? Hand your credit card down the line of
You do.
people? Take
That's
it.
exactly what you do. Yeah.
Really?
Actually, you know what you do, Bill, is you say your number out loud, and then you...
But you know what sucks about it?
You could take-
7706.
Hey, if you're quick, you got a phone. You
Yeah.
can take a picture of it, and you can get their card number and the security thing on the back.
Yeah, but-
Security code 231.
Yeah, a phone to get in and out. You use the phone for the digital ticket to get in. But yeah, I couldn't find many places, if any, that used accepted cash last night.
I don't think they do, and I found that out the hard way a couple of years ago. I go to Citizens Bank. That's my bank. So I went to Citizens Bank Park, went to the ATM, got a bunch of cash, went to go buy some ice cream. They're like, "Oh, we don't do
Nothing.
cash here." I was like,
What is-
Why do you have ATMs?
Yeah.
Why do we
Yes.
have an ATM?"
Good point.
Yes.
It drives me crazy. Well, but how does that impact then if you are at one of the vendors? I mean, because keep the change.
I think it. And I was going to say that. I think it impacts the tips big time.
Well,
now
that
they
automatic
tip
thing
on
comes
there.
up. I mean,
Yeah.
like, as soon as you put the credit card in, it's 15, 18, 20%
I
or
think
whatever.
you're more inclined, though, to just keep the change,
Well, I'm always inclined
Yeah.
at the beer stands to tip automatically, so I
Yeah.
just do it that way too. To me, it just sort of is a part of the bill. But
it's a little off-putting to me when they go, "Here,
I
tip."
know.
Do you know what I mean?
When they turn the screen around,
They turn the
I
screen
know.
around, and then like when you hit the button, it doesn't go to a screen.
Yes,
they
I
know.
see.
They know exactly how much you tipped. I mean,
But
even
if you slide them a couple bucks, they know what you're tipping too.
I prefer to tip in cash anyway, because then they don't have to like claim that.
Declare it.
Yeah.
Right.
But apparently, vendors walking up and down the aisles do take cash.
All right. All right.
But they, I believe, are the only ones.
Lobster Thermidor.
Yeah.
What about checks?
Somebody else has said $17 for a large can of Bud Light.
Yeah, it was
It's
for
huge,
two
though.
beers and a bag of peanuts was $46.
How is it 24
that
ounces
means-
of beer?
I mean, it's a big beer. Yeah.
Well, even if it is 24 ounces, that's $8 for one beer.
Preston, a couple of drinks and peanuts for under $50.
That's it.
That's amazing.
Marissa?
Those poor vendors too. They just changed the prices, so it was like $16.25. So the guy that was walking up and down our aisle had a cheat sheet on the back of his car because he was
like
trying to
for
remember.
the World Series.
Yeah. Probably for the playoffs.
I love when the guy says, what's it going to take to get you to purchase a bag of peanuts?
Yeah. Right.
Let me talk to my manager. Let me see terms. We'll set up some terms.
Yeah, and good luck going to a game with a kid and not getting crab fries or ice cream.
Yeah,
like,
no, it's just
like,
you're in it. Like, just make sure you know you're spending money. When
Guess
you
is
go
going to
into the game.
college for just 3 years now.
If the tickets weren't enough, and you got all that on top of it, man.
But to Kathy's point, it's that once in a lifetime.
Yeah,
it's just
unfortunate that some people can't afford to be doing that.
It's very true. That's a very
and want to be doing that.
Point,
So. Let me get a couple of calls here real quick. There are people calling in about ticket stubs. I have Chuck on the line. Hey, Chuck, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Chuck?
I've been collecting tickets since the 70s, and I just thought it was funny you were saying about the ticket prices. I saw Led Zeppelin at the Spectrum in 75 for $5.50.
$5.50.
Wow.
And I saw Led Zeppelin in the old Cap Arena down in Maryland, the old Washington Capitol Center, in 1977 for $7.50.
Wow.
Had to go through a third party and paid 10 cents more.
Yeah, Chuck, do you still go to concerts in this day and age?
I haven't in the past, say 10 years, but I got memorabilia from all the concerts, programs, T-shirts, and sporting events.
Displayed or stashed away?
They're stashed away.
Okay.
You should take that the next big band that is still touring where you have a ticket. You should go back and say, how come this was $10 in 1970 and now you're charging all this? And see if you get any traction on that.
Yeah, right.
All right, Chuck. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. You should put those on display, though. I think that's having that stuff. Although it is fun to take it out and go through it and reminisce, from time to time. Maybe lick it a little bit. But let me go to. Hang on. This is John. Hey, John. Good morning.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Yeah, bud.
Listen, my brother-in-law is a season ticket holder for the Eagles, and 2017, the year to Super Bowl, he requested paper tickets at the beginning of the year when he got his paper tickets. So we did get the paper tickets, the real tickets.
Right.
And we saved all those, and now we have them in like a memorabilia in a picture frame.
Sure.
When they went all the way to the Super Bowl, and it's pretty neat to have that. Now that you can't get tickets, they have a thing now where you can get a game day pin for each game that you go to for, each game, and you can just save those pins.
Hey, does that come with the price of the ticket? Because your ticket stub did.
Yeah.
That's another thing you got to buy.
Yeah. Here's a decorative manhole cover.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it. But that's just, that's the thing about it. This was you paid for this.
So at the Eagles now, it's digital now, right?
Yeah. Here's a text. It says that one day I was at the Phillies game. Their credit card machines went down. No one could buy anything because it wouldn't take cash.
That's wild.
That would suck.
That's wild.
I mean, if your phone dies on the way into the ballpark.
I wonder about that too. Let's say I drop my phone, shatter it, break it.
I don't know.
How do you get in?
What do you do?
Apple Watch, maybe?
I don't have an Apple Watch.
Maybe you should get one.
No.
That's why don't ever go to the park without your passport.
Okay, wait. That is a good question because my dad gets so mad when he goes to
you lose your phone.
He
on
goes
the way
to
there.
the airport and
or you have a
most people
landline.
have the airline ticket on their phone. He doesn't have a smartphone. He still has a flip phone. So he just couldn't go to the game then? Like what happens?
Yeah, same thing for people. Yeah, there's got to be an option.
Well, now I think we'll see what we can do for you, Mr. McFly.
Well, it's either that or they say, well, I'm sorry, you're going to have to go purchase a smartphone before you come. No.
No, you should be able to print something up that has the barcode on it that they can use or
draw it.
Or let's say your dad was going to the game with you, Kath. You would just have both tickets on your phone.
Well, yeah, I know, obviously, but let's just say let's just say there's a scenario where he's going by himself. What does he do?
Yeah. Have you guys ever used the reverse ATMs that they have at the parks?
No, what's that get you?
Essentially, you go in with cash.
Huh.
You put the cash into the ATM machine, and they give you a card that you can use at the vendors.
So it's like
It's a reverse ATM.
And you can just take that card around to all the vendors?
Yeah.
That's
It'd
pretty
be
cool.
like buying like a Subway card or something like that.
Are there any fees attached to it?
I don't know because I haven't used it, but we went to a game.
You do have to walk backwards.
Okay.
Well, we went to a Sixers game last year where it was me and my buddy, and then we had a guy behind us who, we were all going with our kids, and the guy behind actually was in front of us. He's a cash guy. He doesn't have a card. He's just a cash guy. And we got to the and now when you park, you have to. They don't take cash. To park either. And we had to get out of our car and go up and pay his parking. And he gave us cash.
By the way, somebody had texted, and this is stupid. I don't know why I didn't think of this, but if you lose your phone. You'd have to borrow someone else's phone, but you could log into the Ballpark app with your username and password.
If you remembered it.
That's the thing, too, right?
Yeah. How many times? So I keep physical list of.
I do, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, usernames and passwords?
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay. Question for you guys about passwords.
Yeah.
When you are signing up for a brand new account on whatever it may be.
I'm going to answer your question.
Yeah, their strong password that they recommend?
Their strong password.
So, that's the thing. I guess the rationale behind it is that, if this is something I only log into once every 3 or 4 months or whatever, when I log in next time, it'll say I need to update my password. I'll just make a new password.
Now, you can put it in the password keychain, as they call it. So you can do that. But I prefer to create my own.
There may come a time where I need to know that information. You know what I mean?
Yes,
or sometimes it's happened where the strong password that they give you has like a dash in it, and the password that you need to create can't have any characters besides letters and numbers.
I always end up with it assessing my password as strong anyway, but it's something that's more likely that I can remember.
Yeah.
So in fact, it says well done.
That keychain though is like. I'll have it, and if it's associated with the email. So sometimes if it's a different password, do you know what I mean? Saying they use the one that's associated with that email, and then it's incorrect anyway.
Do you know what's really cool on the and I've showed you on the new laptops, they have the finger reader in the upper right hand corner. So the same thing that opens up that used to open up your phone. You just use your fingerprint, and it will activate everything because you've already checked it in that way.
I will say, though, over the years, because this started a couple of years ago with the tickets being on your phone or whatever. A couple of years ago, it was really frustrating because a lot of people didn't understand it, didn't get it, and you'd be waiting there in line, especially at Eagles games where there's just too many. It's just a cattle shoot of people, and you would get behind the guy who doesn't know how to work a smartphone. You're like, oh my God. Just give me that thing,
The goddamn thing.
Yeah, but now people have gotten a little bit better at it, and
you have a guy who's out there. Yeah, he brought his electric razor with him by accident. Goddamn thing won't connect. I can't hear you. There's a buzzing sound. This thing is tearing my hair out.
Broken.
What's all these These must be the antennas.
Anyway, I know it's a sign of the times, and I just ought to roll with it. But it does hurt just a little bit. I think that not being able to have an actual ticket.
Yeah, just roll with the changes, bro.
I know. Yep. Well,
absolutely. There's one thing, and I don't know if we have time to go to them, but.
To win a pair of tickets to see In Conversation with the Sopranos. We just had Michael Imperioli on a little while ago, and Steve Shrippa and Vincent Pastore are going to be there as well. So text the word secret to 39333 to win. As we are taking a break, I'm going to give away a $25 gift certificate from our friends at Liberty Union Bar and Grill. But this is the one in Kimberton that the $25 gift card will be good for. Caller number 16, you will get it. 215-263-WMMR. We'll take a break and we'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Acme Markets proudly
not buy it if I don't find the coupon.
Really?
Yeah, and just because...
But you like quality too, though.
Yes,
so,
and I like quality items as well. I went with Preston because I believe that Nick and Preston, when we talk about tipping conversations, they always have a similar opinion. So so I went with Preston.
Okay. And what is, just briefly, what is your tipping deal?
Just that Steve always goes over the top, and they'll do like the standard tip, like what's listed, and and not really go over.
Tip based on performance, not just Steve is going to tip over tip no matter what.
I always over tip. I always do. Steve.
So, and for that reason, because Preston is not cheap at all, but we have those conversations on air, and when we talk about the tipping, those two will take that angle, and so I said Preston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Nick, survey says.
Well, it turns out that Kathy and Steve are right. I went with Preston.
Oh, wow.
And it was because of the way that we think about stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And because you're kind of cheap.
He's very generous.
I'm joking.
You see my bill from the vacation I just took?
Do you hate it when they include the tip without asking you?
No.
That doesn't bother you?
That doesn't bother me. In fact, added gratuities I'm fine with. But if I did get service that was not good, I think that it reflects on the tip. I mean, absolutely.
Do you talk to the server and say this is why?
No.
Never done that.
Do you do that,
I
Mark?
usually, I can't tell you the last time that I had really bad service and I left anything less than 20%.
Okay.
But I mean, but I usually 20% is about right for me. So
okay. Okay. Second question about Nick. Anyone who knows Nick knows his passion for music and his love of both Eddie Vedder and Dave Matthews. I hate Dave Matthews. This begs the question: which of the following two scenarios will Nick pick? Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs.
Wow.
Steve Morrison, you are a sick man.
I love that I got a gay joke and a cheap joke.
Yes. So Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs. All right, that's what we're looking for. We're going to start with Steve.
Well, I thought about this, obviously.
Apparently you have.
And I think that Nick holds both of these gentlemen in high regard, but I think Nick is more concerned with how Eddie would think of him, so he would prefer to have Eddie direct him being violated by Dave Matthews.
Okay. Eddie directs is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay, Kathy?
No, I went opposite. I think that Eddie definitely violates him because if a man is going to violate him, it's going to be Eddie Vedder, and it's just a bonus that Dave is there. So
Just a what?
A bonus that Dave is there.
Okay.
So
It's just a bonus.
he can,
Interesting.
he can direct.
All right, Marissa?
I think that Nick probably enjoys Eddie's voice more, so Eddie directs.
Look, and we've got
And I drew a picture.
visual aids.
Wow.
She drew a picture.
Oh, my.
I thought it would be mouth and not.
No, it's from behind.
Yeah.
Oh, Preston.
Creative engineer.
You know what? This is actually, I have a new band name from this.
What is it?
Grunge Cuck.
Grunge cuck. I love
Grunge
it.
Cuckle. I think that Nick's deep love for Eddie Vedder would mean that he would want him deep inside of him. So I'm going to go with Eddie violating while Dave directs.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
And Casey Boy.
I did the same thing. I think he would love to have Eddie in him, and also opposite of what you were saying, Marissa. I think he likes Dave's speaking voice more.
That's interesting.
But when Dave Matthews sings, he sounds like a billy goat to me. Okay, I don't know.
He does kind of, he
does, right?
But maybe in the
Mumbles a little
bedroom,
bit.
it's a little bit more.
Could be.
I genuinely appreciate all the thought that all you guys put into each, and the drawing, Marissa, was the pièce de résistance.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go with I would love to have sex with Eddie Vedder no matter what.
And Dave is directing.
Yeah, Dave is directing.
How do we do on the points on that one, Casey?
I don't remember.
I didn't get a point.
I did.
Okay.
All right, and then Preston, what did you say?
I did. I got a point, yeah.
All right, so we have Preston at 5, Marissa at 5, Kathy at 5, Steve at 6, Casey at 4.
So Steve at 6.
God bless our callers. They've been on hold for 30 minutes now. That's
Sorry, guys.
Hang in there, guys.
So
All
sorry
right.
about that.
We leave the best for last. Marissa. It is no secret that Marissa spends a lot of time out on the town attending the trendiest events, often having to check her license to remember where she lives. Of all the multitude of events, parties, clubs, etc. that Marissa attends or frequents, which will she admit makes her feel the most pompous? All right, she goes to events. Whenever I used to live here, I'd run into her at 2 in the afternoon and 2 in the morning. And the question is, which of all the events she goes to makes her feel the most pompous? interesting question. We're going to start with Steve.
This, to me, even as writing the question, I thought, is this too easy? But I figured, what the hell, why not go for it? I'm going to have to say dinner en blanc.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Fancy schmancy events.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay, Kathy.
I said the same thing just because I think she knows the joke behind it and that we all kind of
Make fun of
laugh.
her?
Yeah, laugh that she's going again.
Nick?
The name itself is pompous, so I went with dinner en blanc.
Okay. Preston?
I actually know it's her favorite event, though, so I don't know if it would be considered her the most pompous, but I couldn't think of another more pompous event, so I went with dinner en blanc as well.
Casey?
I honestly couldn't think of anything but dinner en blanc.
All right, so Marissa.
All right, so I thought about this long and hard, and I thought about picking up and going to Europe or Cuba or, just going to some random new Mark Vetri restaurant or something. And all of these, you guys make fun of me for being pompous. But even though I feel like it isn't that pompous, but I'm also just defending it, it's got to be dinner en blanc.
All right, so the
That's a
scores
clean
remain
sweep.
the same. Steve is still in the lead with 7 correct answers, I believe, now.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, and so the only ones that can either tie are Kathy and Preston.
All right, last question. To walk a mile in Marissa's shoes is to see the world at a sub-nose level. Which show member? Oh, my God, I can't believe this is the last question.
Oh, my God.
Which show member will Marissa say has the most out-of-control nose hair or cave bats situation? Wow. She's short. She looks up in various places that they think others don't. Preston is in the lead. We could have a potential tie. Then we will go to a tiebreaker question. I have no idea what that is, but we'll figure it out. We're going to start with Casey.
Okay, so it couldn't be me because I pick my nose all the time. So there's virtually never any bats in the cave. I got to go with Preston on this one. I don't really have any other explanation of him.
All right, Preston.
You know what? I've brought this up several times that Marissa has to view nose hairs regularly. I'm the tallest member of the show, so I gotta put myself in that category. She probably sees the most. Yep.
Nick.
I'm hoping it's not me, but I'm going to go with Preston as well.
All right, Kathy.
I went with Preston as well because of the height. His height.
Steve.
I went with Casey.
Wow. Because?
Only because I figured there's a lot of work around there just lodging things, and stuff might be more visible because of that. Though Preston is taller, obviously, and the angle's probably better. I went with Casey.
All right, so potential tie here. Marissa, the answer is...
All right, I'm going to admit something to you guys. There is only one member of the show whose nose I've looked up, and it's because he's constantly pointing it out and seeking my approval. It's Preston.
All right.
There you go.
So, Casey, tell us the score, please.
All right. The final score is, I got to give him 1 and her 1. We have a 3-way tie. We have a 3-way tie between Preston Elliott, Steve Morrison, and Kathy.
Thought of something else I did one time, but immediately, here I am as an adult thinking I'm in trouble.
I'm in trouble.
God, I'm in trouble. One time we were doing a promotion at the Granite Rim Mall with Y100, and we had we used to take a little putter and a putting green, and we would do a putting contest.
Yeah.
'Cause when you go to these promotions, you have a little game. People can play, come on, and when so we're out there and we're bored. Nobody's coming out there. And I decide to take the putter and take a full-on driver swing.
No, you didn't.
To the golf ball. Or I was pretending to. I was going to swing over the ball. And, of course, I'm aiming right at the parking lot. And we were in, there was like a tent sale going out there or something. So there was a wide open area where nobody was parked. But about 50 yards away, there were cars. I swung at this thing. I hit the ball. And it goes over and thunk and hits the side of a car. Big, huge dent in the side of it. And I tell an intern, I go, go get the golf ball. Go get the golf ball right now. Go get it. So they ran and got the golf ball, and I go, put the whole golf ball thing away. Put the whole putting green thing away.
Appearance over. Appearance over.
Appearance over. Yeah. Attention.
We've got our winner.
Yeah. So put the golf ball away.
Appearance over.
And sure enough, like 10 minutes later, somebody comes walking out, and they look at the side of their car, and it's got a big dent in it, and I didn't fess up to it.
All right. How many years ago?
You're 15,
you're
16.
An adult man.
I know.
Wow.
Here I am. I'm confessing it right now.
Now, don't
that
say
was not cool.
Don't say, But do you remember what kind of car or what color it was or anything like that? Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But it was, I remember them looking down and them looking around, and here I...
People do that all the time.
Hands in my pocket.
Didn't we have a potato gun at one event? And we had it. It was like on a
almost killed
mortar,
people.
and we shot it into the parking lot. And didn't we hit a car?
Nope.
Maybe.
That never happened. Nope. I think there was another
You
show. I
come
think
to
it was
any of our
Barsky.
events, park far away.
I regret it. I wouldn't mind making good on that.
Well, listen.
Not really.
What are you going to buy him a
should
new car
listen.
15 years later?
you son of a bitch. I spent years trying to figure out how that happened. I thought it was my fault.
Yeah, what would you guys say would be like a movie
Star
theme
Wars?
or score? Yes, Casey, it's number one.
Sorry. I didn't
That's
mean
all-
to-
no, it's all right.
No, you were asked.
That got 24% of the votes. Almost a quarter of people surveyed cited that as the most memorable.
What percentage are John Williams scores at the top?
Yeah, it's probably Star Wars, Indiana Jones.
Nope, it's just the one.
Oh.
So because after that is
007.
Nope, Saturday Night Fever.
Okay.
Bee Gees.
Yep. So Night Fever, Night Fever,
Stay alive, stay alive.
or Staying Alive, I guess.
Stay alive.
You know what that needed?
And you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man.
Dirty Dancing.
Dirty dancing.
13%.
But that's not a theme song. It's not like when the movie started, it was like, now I had. No, like that's.
We're dirty dancing, dirty dancing.
By the way, I saw
He's right
that.
though. There's no dirty dancing theme.
No.
There are songs within Dirty Dancing that are songs.
By the way, I saw on a commercial the other day for some food product, they used Hungry Eyes from that soundtrack as well.
Yes.
Hungry
Eyes. What's that other? She's like the wind.
Hungry Eyes.
I mean, my favorite song from that movie is this one.
I love this.
Who's this hula hana of? Come on, I want a hula back.
What were the hits from the soundtrack? You had that. You had the
You had Hungry Eyes. You had Time in My Life. Those were the two biggies.
right,
And
and
there
then
was,
She's Like the Wind.
She's Like the Wind was in that as
and
well.
that's Patrick Swayze singing that,
Oh,
right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
They had so many hits that were already songs. And
Yeah,
it was such a popular album that they made two of them.
What was the one? Hey, lover boy. Remember when they were
How do you call your lover boy?
lip syncing that one?
I simply say.
What was that?
I simply say, baby.
Oh, yeah.
My sweet baby.
Here you go. We have the list.
Do you remember the Dirty Dancing tour that happened?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Be My Baby, Hungry Eyes, Stay. Oh, from the Zodiacs. Oh.
Is that?
Oh, won't you stay? Jesus Christ. And then it says yes. There were more songs in this.
What's yes? Wait, what's yes?
I don't know. But it was by Mary Clayton. So
I was in 7th grade when that movie came out, and I remember kids on the bus listening to that record because it was so popular, and it was such a resurgence for that type of music, for that style of music, and for that age of music.
Well, really,
that they put out a second record.
The Big Chill was, I think
similar.
Two years prior to that, and that, I mean, that was an entire summer that I lived off of that soundtrack.
So we're looking at the track listing here for Dirty Dancing. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Was that it?
No.
Different
I
one?
wanna know
if you feel
Overload. Don't know that one. Off the title. I'm sure we know every single one of these songs. Love is Strange. I think that's the one, Kathy. Hey, lover boy.
Okay.
Why don't you come over here, little...
Hey, boy. My name is Man Thing. Why don't you come over here and let's dance? Baby. I'm dirty dancing all over your face.
Just don't try not to move.
Don't move. This hurts.
Now do the lift.
We're filthy dancing. I'll lift you up.
Remember that remake?
A day after the season 13.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by IBEW 654, Jackie Bam Bam. You can join him for their Toys for Tots toy drive, Saturday, November 12th. from 11 to 1 at the Booth Wynn Union Hall. And for 3729 Chester Avenue is where it's located. You can get into the spirit of giving this holiday season. So join Jackie for that. A Texas woman was arrested after she threatened to shoot a man with a BB gun because she didn't want to go to Walmart with him.
That's a Texas love story.
Yep. Heaven.
I don't want to go to the Walmart.
Heaven Valenzuela was charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, family violence.
What
and
about Target?
Other charges. Police received a call from witness stating that a man and a woman were arguing at the store. The witness told police the woman had a gun and that they both left in a gold van. After police found the van and conducted a traffic stop, Edgar Omar Salazar told an officer he wanted to go to Walmart. Valenzuela refused. Salazar got out of the van and started to walk to the store when Valenzuela approached him with a BB gun and told him she was going to shoot him.
So it was a BB gun drive-by.
Salazar told police that he took the gun away and they both returned to the vehicle, which was occupied by another man and 3 children. Officers found a bag of marijuana in the vehicle, which Salazar claimed to have owned. And so
I own that.
He was arrested on charges of possession of marijuana. Valenzuela and Salazar were taken into custody, and the two were arraigned Wednesday. Valenzuela's bond was set at $35,000 because she had a gun, even though it was a BB gun.
And apparently a BB had been chambered, Preston.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
A woman has been found guilty of murdering and decapitating her friend in order to inherit her estate.
And that's a friend.
Gemma Mitchell killed Mi Kun Chong at the 67-year-old's Northwest London home before putting her body into a suitcase and driving it to Devon to dump it. Miss Chong's headless remains were found by vacationers about 200 miles from her home. Mitchell forged a will in an attempt to gain money for renovations to her home. Miss Chong, who was also known as Deborah, had been diagnosed with schizophrenia and struggled with her mental health. The jury was told the pair, both committed Christians, had met through a church group and had become close, with Mitchell also acting as a spiritual leader for Miss Chong.
So, is there any part of the Bible that says you can't decapitate someone?
Miss Chong had initially offered to invest about $200,000 for renovations at Mitchell's $4 million dilapidated property, but later changed her mind, telling Miss Mitchell that she should sell the house, which had been in her family for generations, and enjoy the money instead. Shortly afterwards, Miss Chong went missing before her remains were discovered in a woodland.
Shouldn't have said anything.
16 days later. In that time, Mitchell had made a false report via email to a missing persons charity and sent a WhatsApp message to Miss Chong's lodger saying the 67-year-old had gone to spend time with her family for a year to clear her head.
You know, it just occurred to me that if I were to die, you'd be fabulously wealthy.
A radiologist who examined Miss Chong's injuries told the court it was likely she had been hit over the head with a weapon. Detectives who also searched Mitchell's house found Miss Chong's personal and financial documents and a will that had been created on Mitchell's computer after Mrs. Chong's death.
This is in England?
Yep.
Was there any Toblerone in the house?
Mitchell had named herself the mother as had named herself and her mother as the beneficiaries of Chong's estate. The defendant, who had a degree in osteopathy, had boasted online of her award-winning skill in human dissection and had denied having anything to do with Miss Chong's death.
That seems too weird.
But she buried.
I'm really good at chopping people up.
She threw the body inside of a suitcase, and she cut off the head, and she buried him in separate spots. It's pretty messed up. She's going to be sentenced later on this week. During the winter months, you've obviously heard of people or been a person who has been snowed in before. A Colorado woman is in a similar predicament, but she's stuck inside her home because of a bunch of tumbleweeds.
This is wild.
Marlies Gross said, I looked out of my bathroom window and a tumbleweed kept on jumping up on the window. As she continued to check around the home, she realized every exit of her home was blocked. She couldn't even see as she tried to get out of her driveway. She said, I almost ran into the neighbor's fence because I didn't know where I was. You had to fight yourself through the tumbleweeds, which were above the car. You had to push yourself into it. You should see the pictures.
It's like a science fiction movie.
Of this home. It's insane. Neighbors eventually stepped in to help Gross and her husband leave the house. But Gross's home is still surrounded by a sea of tumbleweeds.
Are they prickly by any chance, or
Yeah, they're just like dried,
shrubs?
Yeah.
Really lightweight.
But there was a science fiction movie that was part of it was these tumbleweeds. Yeah. So just like this movie. I mean, this reality.
You kind of almost, she said, feel helpless. Like, I thought it was a bad dream. We still can't walk anywhere. I don't know how or what we're going to do, how we get rid of those tumbleweeds. So, but they're, like 7-8 feet high and completely surrounding the home, and you can't get out. It's pretty wild. A man died in a freak accident with a parking garage ticket machine in Midtown Atlanta, and I pass this story along as a cautionary tale to people. People say the man drove past the machine, then forgot to put his truck in park, and as he opened his door to reach back and pay, his arm got stuck, and he died after being pinned between the truck's door and the ticket booth.
I've seen people do close to that.
So if you have to open the door to get something when you're at one of those, you drop, your money or the ticket or whatever, put your car in park. Don't even take a chance, because something like this can happen. Police were called to the parking garage for an accident just before midnight. They found the man's body. His name has not been released.
Do you keep your parking ticket stubs for, display?
For display, yes.
Yeah.
I do. I have a collage that I'm putting together right now.
That was a great parking lot.
All right, we have time for one more. Let me get a short one here.
A juicy one.
This is a good one. This is kind of a follow-up, even though I didn't give you the original story. An aquarium.
Can't wait to hear.
This just in.
I meant to.
He lived.
This is the sequel to the story you never saw in the
I
first place.
meant to, and I don't get to all my bizarre file stories all the time.
I never told you the first part of the story on Monday, but the gorilla was rabid.
Oh, my God.
What?
Well, this does take place in a zoo.
Okay.
The Skansen Aquarium, well, it's an aquarium, but it's part of a zoo.
Zoo aquarium.
In Stockholm had a...
Why are all the animals drowning?
Had a venomous king cobra escape through a light fixture on the 22nd of October. The snake, named Servaz, now named Houdini, due to the escape, had found his way back to its terrarium Sunday night after evading capture for over a week. Like, they had to shut down the zoo.
It was a deadly snake.
Because the snake they didn't know where it was. Officials said they don't believe the snake ever left the building during its time on the loose and was repeatedly spotted by searchers, but they were never able to catch it.
It happened here at the Philadelphia Zoo. There was a hippo that got into some of the light fixtures.
Houdini is now back on public display today.
Did I tell you guys about when
and that's the end of your bizarre file, by the way.
When I was driving across the country, Jackie Bam Bam, when we had finally gotten to an area where rattlesnakes exist, like how bad I freaked him out.
Really?
Just saying, because we had to, we were taking pictures in front of the, welcome to this state sign, and it might have been New Mexico, and we had to walk across this brush and over a fence. I'm like, man, I hope we don't step on any rattlesnakes. It was like I told a 5-year-old child that
should have had my shaker with you.
Great.
For the rest of the time, he did not want to walk on anything that wasn't paved.
And what was his fascination with cactus?
Well, he wanted to see cacti like you see in the Looney Tunes.
Right.
I don't know what those are called.
It looks like a human. Yeah,
I think they're called saguaro. Yeah.
Right.
And so he just listen. It's
Did he see one of those?
No.
Oh,
well,
really?
no. You know what? He did, but it was planted in front of one of the Marriotts we stayed at.
It wasn't
Which doesn't count. It's like me and my fascination with alligators.
Right.
I don't want to see an alligator at the zoo. I want to see it sitting in a pond in
Natural
Florida.
habitat,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's how I kind of want to see it, and that's all he wanted to see, and he didn't see one in its natural habitat.
He was probably all amped up on green muchachos.
My God.
And salad balls.
And salad
balls, yeah.
I love that guy so much more after our trip than
He's great.
I don't know if he feels the same way about me, but he hasn't called me as much.
Oh.
No.
This was the way you could get a little break from
I
him.
like Casey, but he's too clinging.
Talks too close.
If I should have, man. I should have found a
shaker.
A shaker somewhere.
Jackie, don't move. It's right behind you.
All right. We need a winner for the secret text word. So, Kathy, please give me a number caller.
I'm going to go with caller number 7.
She's going to go caller 7.
No, that's not what that's not. It wasn't even anything like that.
Yeah, it was.
Number
No, it was a
7's the
thinking.
designation for your butthole.
That's right.
Thinking.
215-263 WMMR.
7.
Caller number 7, you get to. You need to know the secret text word in order to win. So give us a call right now. We'll see if you pick up our tickets that we have for the Sopranos live event. We're going to take a break. Come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Because he only came in 5th place.
What did he do? Was he a singer or what?
He packed luggage.
No, I don't know. Michael Ketterer is his name, and I don't know what he did. We're looking at a picture of him with his arms open at a microphone, so that leads to believe that he may
did a
have
John
been
McCain impression.
A singer and impersonated John McCain. So those are the two things you can clearly get from this photograph here.
He's going to be playing a Vegas casino.
It's uncanny.
Yeah.
He just does John McCain and that's it?
Yeah.
What would it be like if John McCain sang the songbook of Air Supply?
A loving tribute to
one of our nation's heroes and the kings of soft rock.
I don't even have any air supply.
One of our nation's heroes. You're probably doing
so
here.
lost without you.
I'm sorry.
I knew you were right for leaving me so long.
That's
very specific talent.
It was the greatest John McCain Air Supply show I'd ever seen.
And I'm bringing back my whole family. It's patriotic and it's romantic.
All right. So anyhow, I guess he was a singer and a John McCain impersonator. This is a student pilot.
Yes.
And I have not heard this yet.
Student pilot is soloing for the first time. So they've got their lessons, and now they're going to take it up and fly it by themselves.
Yeah, so she spent many hours training.
Yes.
And ready for her solo flight. And
upon takeoff, she's in flight, and they notice one of her wheels, its fixed wheels, has fallen off.
Okay.
The aircraft.
We have the audio of this, and I haven't heard it yet.
Maggie, this is John. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay, you're doing a great job flying the airplane. Keep doing what you're doing. We got plenty of time. You got plenty of fuel. We got plenty of daylight. So just try to relax. And you always heard me say go back to basics. So we're going to work the basics here as much as possible, okay? Keep everything as normal as you can.
All right.
Okay. Oh, my God. I'm getting choked up listening to this.
Seriously, I'm tearing up.
He's a calming voice, though. That's somebody I would want to speak to on the other end.
Beautiful job, Maggie. You got a whole bunch of people clapping for you up here.
She landed.
Great work. Thank you.
Good job, Maggie. Excellent job.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. I was nervous. Listen, I love flying in those small aircraft. It's really exciting.
It's awesome.
There's no way. And I have flown one. I told you my wife's uncle let me fly over Sweden, and I held the, I took control of the plane for at least an hour by myself. He was right next to me and had controls as well. But the idea of landing or taking off or anything like that, no.
Here's what I would do, okay? What you did, I would have the Fisher-priced wheel.
Oh, just to pretend?
To sit there like Maggie does with the dry. And that's how I do it.
Oh, after I rode on the Avatar ride down in Disney World last year.
They gave you a pilot's license?
You became a pilot?
No,
He's
you
an
fly.
astronaut now.
All right, do me a favor. All right, I want you to calm down. It's like we've done many times on Pandora. All right? What's your name? Casey. Casey, okay. We're going to fly right by. You're going to see a whole bunch of floating boulders. You've seen it many times before. All right? All right? Is your ponytail attached to your bird of prey? It is? Okay.
We're going through the flying boulder field.
That's all it is. We're just floating boulders.
But after riding that ride.
Viewers of the American reality series The Bachelor are often told to buckle up for the most dramatic rose ceremony ever.
I love you.
But now the show's Vietnamese version has actually delivered on this. And I watched it.
Yeah?
And so it's the same. It's with this corny music. It's the whole, the difference is they're just speaking a different language. But it's, is that I love you?
I don't know what I love you is in Vietnamese.
No, but I like the delivery. So in this clip that has gone viral now, a contestant vying for the heart of Bachelor. His name is Nguyen Quoc Trung.
I am Bachelor.
Shocks viewers when she confesses her love for another contestant.
Oh my God!
Ooh.
She's a lesbian.
So that's never happened before. So you've had, a girl fall in love with another contestant,
Sexy.
as opposed to the Bachelor. So
it's okay.
She tells.
It's all right.
She tells Trung in a video, "I went into this competition to find love." Her name is Min Thu. And she tearfully tells him, "But I've found love for myself, but it isn't you, it's someone else." Thu then walks over to contestant Truck New.
Don't you do advertisements for that?
That's that's Truck You.
Oh, okay.
Sell 'em for less.
I'm like,
Sell
what?
for less, Jack. Del Toyota, man. No, not Truck You. Truck.
Tomorrow night on the Vietnamese Bachelor, Truck You.
Truck New.
Jack, sell him for less.
Jack, sell him for less.
I love you. I'm not the Jack.
Truck New.
Okay.
Who is holding a rose from Trung. And Thu asks New, "Come home
What you
with
gonna
me."
do?
She says, "Come home with me, yeah?" New then heads back to stand before Trung. She says, "I'm sorry. I really want to get to know you because you're someone who made me feel special, and I haven't felt that way in a long time."
I tell you what, the bachelorettes on this show are
they're gorgeous.
quite stunning.
Yeah, the Bachelor weighs in asking you, "If you decide this, would you feel regretful?" "This doesn't change my decision," he tells her.
Are you going to sell them for less?
"I'm not going to give this rose to anyone else." Truck.
Sell him for less.
Where's that voice coming from?
You only get one chance in this life, and you need to take it. Only you.
Who's Jack?
Not anyone else. I want to let you know that I think you'll have regret if you continue with what you're about to say.
Wow.
So the show's host chimes in, telling Truck New,
Sell them for less.
Jack,
no.
sell him for less.
Says you have a connection with Trung that made him choose you. You should give yourself a chance. Don't pass it up. But New seems to have made up her mind and gives him back the rose. She said, "I know you'll find somebody who really loves you, who understands you, who knows how to take care of you, who can look at you from afar and know how you're feeling. I'm sorry." And then the two women left together. But that's not how it ended.
Oh, really?
What happened?
Truck New decided to return after...
I can never sell them for less. My heart is broken, and I have no inventory at this time.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
I noticed.
Just notice more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
The Cold War. CW.
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. So all the jokes were told between Soviets, but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person?
They're not clear on what the purpose
or was
of this
it for their
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic list. Weezer and Island in the Sun, 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. It is so mild coming up this weekend. We're going to have that sensation because we've had some comfortably cool days, but it's going to get up to Saturday's going to be 78 degrees.
It's glorious.
And partly cloudy skies. Wow.
Burger Brawl.
Burger Brawl's on Sunday, so 76 clouds, but 76 degrees.
Yep.
It's perfect. And the Fill a Trunk car show is going on.
It's going to be crazy. That's the day before Camp Out begins.
And looking at Camp Out, it's looking like Monday's still going to be in the 70s, and it cools off after that, but not dramatically. So 66 on Tuesday, 62 on Wednesday, and that's about as chilly as it's going to get. That's a banner banner Camp Out for Hunger because it gets the highs start to get in the 50s.
Yeah.
The following week, so just in time.
You have every reason to come out. Again, we're looking for newbies, but we're also looking for people who were there in the earliest days, or if you've ever been to one, or if you remember what it was like prior to the past couple of years. It's going to be back and then some.
We're doing a Y100 reunion on the first day. On Monday, we're having a bunch of the old staff members from Y100 because it will be the 25th anniversary of the Camp Out for Hunger, and that's where it all began.
Yeah.
Except for Matt Cord.
Bill won't let him come.
Bill won't let
Maybe,
Matt come.
depending on the time.
I was just going to say that's some damn fine parade weather next week, too.
Yes, it is. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Kathy's saying, shh.
I'm just saying.
Listen, you have to prepare for these things.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Phillies are preparing for these things. They have to. So all of you who think that it may be some kind of
jinx,
mojo jinx, forget it. There are people putting plans, they're placing things in order in case something happens.
The merchandise is already printed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Plans on top of plans.
Yeah. Nothing is over.
Nothing.
No. All right.
It's a parade.
Nothing is over.
The Black Parade.
The Black Parade?
Yeah.
The song from, who did that?
My
Chemical Romance. That's what it is.
Father, can I just enjoy the parade? You're being a downer.
Telling you about when you're going to
We're
die.
gonna black tie and all the stuff we're going to die?
Yeah.
I know. Can I get some cotton candy?
That's the Black Parade.
You're ruining it.
All right.
I'm just waiting for Charlie Brown.
Nothing is over.
Oh, like a Thanksgiving Day parade, like one of the big Charlie Brown balloon.
Just put me on your shoulders and let me watch.
Little Rambo.
Lil
Rambo.
Lil Rambo. Oh my God,
Snack time's over.
that should be the next rapper. Lil Rambo. Oh, if anybody's, somebody's gonna steal that. Oh wow. All right, secret text word. We're looking for a winner, right?
Yeah.
And it was caller number 7. So we're gonna.
7's the number I'd like to call it.
We're gonna go to JR. Hi, JR. Good morning. JR, what is our secret text word?
Turnpike.
Turnpike. That is correct, sir. Hang on. JR is getting a prize. We're going to get him tickets to go see the end conversation with event The Sopranos featuring Steve Sharippa, Vincent Pastore, and Michael Imperioli. Saturday, November 12th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside. And tickets are on sale now via AXS.com. We have, a random texter that won, and that is Carol Zakowski of Conshohocken. She is our winner. I love this. So we are going to set up.
Beautiful. It's soaring.
You really went for it on that one.
You got to.
One more time. All right, that's Carol Zakowski.
Gorgeous.
Who is our winner. So we're going to go to the lesson question. We are going to give away a pair of tickets to see Paul Reiser Friday, November 11th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside. The question I have for you is this morning: if our show had military ranks, what rank would Casey like to be? 215-263-WMMR. That was said in the 9 o'clock hour. If our show had military ranks, what rank would Casey like to be? 215-263-WMMR. We'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you this morning by Monster Mania. You can see the biggest names in horror at Monster Mania Con 52 at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. That's November 11th to the 13th. Tickets available online at monstermania.net. What's going on, Steve?
Well, during a recent interview, two-time Academy Award winner Cate Blanchett revealed her method for crying on command. Blanchett says before a scene requiring tears, she pleasures herself with coral.
Wow. Oh, my God.
Yeah, painful. Elizabeth Banks went to great lengths to prepare for a role in the movie Call Jane, even learning how to perform an abortion. To be technically correct, Banks has already performed one abortion when she directed Charlie's Angels. And finally, Emilia Clarke is signed on to play iconic writer Oscar Wilde's wife in a new biopic. Clarke says many people don't know the story of Wilde's wife, whose first name was Girls Gone. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're looking for the answer to this question. And if our show had military ranks, what rank would Casey like to be? And we are going to go to Brad and see if we can get the answer. Hey, Brad.
Hello.
All right, Brad, what rank did Casey want to be?
A tank.
A tank. Very well done, sir. Brad, you're going to get tickets to see Paul Reiser hang on the line Friday, November 11th, Keswick Theater in Glenside. Tickets are on sale now via AXS.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Lincoln Mill Haunted House. Are you brave enough to explore the horrific history of Lincoln Mill Haunted House? Well, it's open every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday through November 5th. Tickets at LincolnMillHaunt.com. Speaking of haunts and Halloween, a little follow-up to some costumes, actually one in particular. James Hetfield of Metallica posted a photo on the band's social media platform showing him dressed as Stranger Things' Eddie Munson for Halloween.
How cool.
Isn't that perfect?
Yeah.
Back in July, Metallica met up and jammed with actor Joseph Quinn, who portrays Eddie, and had performed the band's 1986 song Master of Puppets.
It's such a great scene.
During show's season 4 finale. Stranger Things' use of the classic track spurred the song to hit the charts again after a new generation of fans discovered the song.
So Kate Bush and who's vying to get in on the soundtrack of the next season of Stranger Things?
Yep, because it did wonders for those people. Lamb of God's first ever Headbangers Boat heavy metal cruise will be aboard the Norwegian Pearl cruise ship in the fall 2023.
Welcome to the Headbangers Cruise.
The cruise will be from October 31st through November 4th.
There's going to be a lot of headbanging.
It will set sail from Miami to Nassau, Bahamas. Lamb of God will be joined by Mastodon, Hatebreed, Gwar, Shadows Fall, God Forbid.
And Demon Seaman.
No, but Fit for an Autopsy will be there.
All right.
Lamb of God will perform 2 unique sets, including a full performance of their influential 2004 album Ashes of the Wake. Guitarist Mark Morton will also play a solo set.
I would love to see these bands at the buffet, I should say.
No, man.
You have any more bear claws?
And then, diametrically opposed to Lamb of God, Huey Lewis and the News have sold their catalog in a partnership with the high-end acquisition company Primary Wave Music. They sold it for a reported $20 million, which actually seems a little
steal.
Low to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Variety posted the deal, and they said it encompasses the band's entire commercially released music catalog from inception through 1994, the period of its biggest hits.
I think they got taken.
Including in the partnership are such hits as Heart of Rock and Roll, Hip to Be Square, Working for a Livin', and the band's chart-topping 1985 hit The Power of Love. Of course, that was from Back to the Future. Primary Wave Music's David Weitzman said, in the 1980s, everyone heard Huey Lewis and the News, and their many smashes on radio and saw their iconic and fun videos, which appeared on MTV in endless rotation. Their incredibly crafted songs still made me smile, reminded me of a seemingly more innocent era, and made me want to sing along at the top of my lungs. Primary Wave look forward to working with Huey to create new opportunities for his storied song catalog into the future.
There's no chance that they tour again, right? Is that done?
How's he doing?
I thought he was improving with his hearing issue.
Because I've never seen them live, and man, would I
Me
love to
too.
go see a Huey Lewis show.
I tell you what song just never fails for me is I Want a New Drug. I just love that song.
Even though he ripped off the Ghostbusters theme.
And they're a great band. So
Yeah, it was my first concert ever.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Where was it?
Music news for you. We have one $25 gift card to give away, and that is for Liberty Union. They are located in Chester Springs, but they are also in Kimberton. So I'm going to give away a $25 gift card for the Kimberton location. We'll take call number 15 at 215-263-WMMR. Now, tomorrow at the Chester Springs location, that is where Brent Porsche is going to be from 7 to 9 for the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff. So let's get you on board. Let's set up caller 15 with that. We'll take a break, come back in a second, and wrap the whole thing up. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke?
Please tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing at a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, "Did you get him?" He said, "No, the line there was even longer than the line here."
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe we don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
Banana. So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. It's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in gulag.
I'm here all Zavik.
I would say try Seville, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way Homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. These are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
Para-Olympian Danielle Umstead.
She's blind, right?
I don't know.
I believe she's a blind skier, Preston.
No, that's impossible.
That's what they said.
Shut up.
Check it out.
Okay,
Nick.
you got to look this up. Danielle, spelled Danelle, Umstead.
And I think, unless I miss my guess, she has no torso.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be it.
Just her head.
Everything
on
is
her
connected
hips?
with pipe cleaners.
A blind skier?
Is that what it says? Am I right?
Well, I don't know. Nick's looking it up. I'm just curious. Is there a Wikipedia page?
Oh,
on
she's
her?
a deaf gurner.
She makes the ugly faces, but can't hear anybody
hear the
laughing. Oh, that's sad.
It's wrong.
Let's see what it says here. She is a skier and visually impaired.
Visually impaired.
She's full-blown blind.
Is she full-blown blind?
Well, I saw her, and on a small pair of skis next to her was a dog.
Oh.
Right. Left.
2 barks for left, 1 for right. Yeah.
That's not fair to
That
the
is
dog.
not fair to the dog.
No.
And
I mean, it's got to bark fast. And you never know if they're right next to each other.
He also can't really tell you that he doesn't want to do this.
No, he's actually just being dragged along.
Just put him on skis.
I don't want to do this.
Did we even say the words skiing eye
Nick-
dog?
Nick just
oh,
said
you
it.
did?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I missed it. They may not be married, but Jennifer Garner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Well, you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up on the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle.
Oh my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger. Oh my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
You're right.
His heart.
Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Ben, new Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started The Ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get
I
out
knew
of there
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
What if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full like.
Greta Van Fleet brings us the heat above on 93.3 WMMR. It's 10:39. Wrapping up our program for the day. Very enjoyable one. Wonderful day today. Basking in the glow of the victory. The home run derby last night.
Oh, my God. It was amazing.
And then we had Michael Imperioli on. Had a great conversation with him. Our friends at Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs gave us a bunch of stuff to give away. So we shared the wealth in that regard. And just a wonderful, wonderful day. And the weather is going to be cooperating over the next several days. 70 today, same tomorrow, 72 on Friday, 78 on Saturday. 78 degrees.
Amazing.
In November, and 76 on Sunday. And we're leading into a comfortable day as we kick off the Camp Out for Hunger next week as well. So, with all of that out of the way, we can get our letter of the day for the word of the week as Pierre has made his way in here.
Well, not yet.
Okay.
You were talking about ticket stubs earlier.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to bring in some of the history of the radio station because MMR had an ad. Who knew there was even a program at the original Woodstock? But there was a program, and MMR had an ad in the original Woodstock program with Dave Herman, our first DJ. And then, to go along with that...
You've been pulling all this stuff off the walls,
I just took them off the walls.
Yeah.
There's a gallery up in New York run by a guy named Henry Diltz, who took the cover of Morrison Hotel.
Oh, classic picture.
Classic picture. Yeah. And I've interviewed him a few times, and he was on stage next to Jimi Hendrix, which you were talking about.
It's an iconic photo.
It's an icon. He was standing on the Woodstock stage right next to Jimi Hendrix, and he signed it for WMMR. He's got this really great script that he writes in.
It's amazing.
But in terms of the ticket stubs, when I decided to get this frame of Hendrix to go next to our Woodstock thing, our framer, Gail, was able to go and find original Woodstock tickets.
Wow.
And these are from August 15th, 16th, and 17th, 1969. $8 for 3 nights and $24 for all 3 tickets. And these were kept in a vault, and I got them to put up on the walls. Just a portion of the amazing history of this amazing radio station.
Were they ever issued?
Yeah, these were issued.
Okay.
Never used, though.
All right.
These are, stamped, numbered, and kept in a vault.
Man.
So,
that's cool.
It's impressive.
Yeah, when you talk
Kathy
about...
thinks you should throw them out.
I didn't know it's coming.
Well, it's no Taylor Swift. I'll give you that,
Sure,
Kath.
tickets would get thrown out as well.
It's no Taylor Swift or Five Finger Death Punch, but it is something of some depth and,
it's huge.
And intensity.
Yeah.
There you go.
Take a picture of it. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not going to win anyone over in this room.
No.
Preston just gave me a death stare.
I'm done.
This is terrible, but
They won last night.
They did. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I had a feeling that might be what you were going to ask.
In fact, keep not knowing because whatever you're doing is working.
I don't think we have to worry about that.
Hey, but look at him. He's festive. You got your
I did wear my
blue
Boys in
red
Blue
on.
shirt.
I love it.
And I wear a red felt jacket, but only by accident.
Oh.
I didn't wear it for them, but good for them. Godspeed to them. Yeah. My brother texted me from California. He goes, "They're crushing it." I go, "What is this, Jackie Bam Bam?" And
with no context.
And I go, "No." He said, "Your Boys in Blue are crushing it." And I go, "Oh, I'm watching public television, so I don't know what you're talking about, but good for them."
An American History of Sod was on.
It was, and the way sod grows, I mean, English sod particularly.
Much more difficult.
Oh, much more difficult.
Yeah.
The cow crap that's needed to grow that sod and fertilize it in just such a way. In fact, I'll go on about it now, unless you'd like to do the letter.
Oh, it's your time slot, dude. We're just hanging out, man. After 10 a.m., it turns into you. So whatever you want to do.
Well, it stopped ending at 10 a.m. your second day.
I know.
25 years ago.
Yeah,
your first show ended right at before 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
That's the last time it ever happened.
Right.
That's the last time. And you were nervous about being late for me. And then it just started creeping and creeping and creeping and creeping. And now you go till noon, 1,
something like
whatever.
It's kind of our thing.
Kind of your thing.
Yeah.
You haven't borrowed the time. You've just claimed it.
Right.
Kind of like settlers moving into Native American territory and just claiming it as their own.
We could give it back to you at like 5:30,
Yeah, you
6
want it?
a.m. if you want.
No, I don't want that
Oh,
time.
okay.
No, I'm quite happy with it now. It's all worked out.
It has.
But, things evolve.
Right.
It's all it is. It's a beautiful evolution of love.
Just
like the American
sod.
horse.
Just like,
Or like
sod.
sod.
Which reminds me, you've
man.
got to fertilize properly, and this is the time to do it. Take your leaves and sod them.
You got to sod your leaves.
Sod your leaves.
Okay?
All right.
Sod?
Hell of a game.
Yeah.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the President and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
P as in Petaluma.
All right.
Yes.
And we have $500 from the Bagster.
No, the Baxter.
The Bagster is by far the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. And you can go buy it at any home improvement store. Fill it and simply schedule your collection, and it's gone. Clean it up with the Bagster dumpster in a bag. We'll give that away on Friday. Just 2 more letters to go. What's up on your program today?
We'll have more Last Waltz tickets for this Sunday with Warren Haynes and company at the Met.
It's a cool idea.
It's a great idea. They've been doing it for a couple of years now. Various entities recreate the Last Waltz, but his is the best one. And he gets all these incredibly talented musicians, and they play all the songs in order from the Last Waltz.
Yeah.
And so and they try to do it around Thanksgiving when the Last Waltz was held in 74, I think it was, or 75 or 76, I can't remember. But Warren Haynes will be in the band, and that makes it great alone. That's the Last Waltz Sunday at the Met. We'll have tickets for that. Workforce blocks of AC/DC, Def Leppard, and ELP for Keith Emerson. His birthday would be today.
All good.
All right.
Let me thank our sponsors. President Steve's Show brought to you by Dunkin'. President Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And by Monster Mania 52. Tickets on sale at monstermania.net. Tomorrow on this very program, Taran Killam from Saturday Night Live will be joining us. We will also have Greg Harris, who is the president of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, checking in. And our buddy John Brazier is stopping by, too. So we'll do it tomorrow. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, everybody, it's good to have you on the map.